Hey everyone, I know we've been talking and gathering and it's been awesome. I want to welcome everyone to the first CarolinAeon conference in history. CarolinAeon conference 2026. We have a lot of content to get through. Cal's going to do an amazing presentation here to get us started. And we appreciate everybody who came. This would not be possible without the folks that came. And I know there's even more people coming, so it's just really awesome that everybody came. We're going to have a good time, fellowship afterwards. And I'm also really grateful to anybody watching on the live stream. It means a lot. And it's going to be a great experience. So, all right. Without further ado, I'm going to give it over to Cal for his awesome presentation.
That's real close to boo. All right, a couple of hoo-ha's out of the way, and let's do this thing. Amazing. Should I get started, Chad? Let's do it. Okay. Stories build nations. They create regime changes. And right now, the story is pricing every asset that you own. My name is Cal. I've been a part of SPX for 2 years. And today, I want to tell you a simple thesis I have. That the best stories make the best investments. And that the best story in today's markets is SPX6900. Please allow me to explain. To set the stage, we must first understand that in order for a great story to captivate a society, they must share a problem set. There must be pain in order for them to take action, as brutal as that may sound. I want to display this with an era in history, but first, I need to go somewhere personal. My late father. For those of you who don't know, my father was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer in early 2025. And he was given 3 to 6 months to live. Fortunately, he far outlasted that and passed away just a few months ago. During that time, SPX was
helpful for me. It gave me a place that I could go and work on something productive with worthy people on a noble cause. As you can tell from the pictures, my dad did not take life very seriously. He was a bit of a court jester with varying degrees of success. And whenever you would challenge him on why he was so mischievous and why he would cause so many problems and often make my mother upset, he would simply say, "What can I say? I'm a 70s guy." I largely dismissed this. But after he passed, I couldn't get the idea out of my head. What does it mean to be a 70s guy? I wanted to understand every aspect of my father. What I found really surprised me. So I want to play a quick game. I'm going to shout out some characteristics, and you tell me if you think it was the 1970s, the 2020s, or both. Just shout it out, whatever you think. Oil shock. Some smart guys in this room. Runaway inflation. Girls, I mean, both. Surging mortgage rates. Okay, price out of homes. K-shaped economy. High unemployment? 70s, that's right. Stock market all-time highs. Only the 20s. As you can see, I don't want to dismiss the situation that many Americans and people across the world are in today, but there are a lot of parallels. There's a lot of similarities. The primary difference is that today, the K-shape is far more extreme. In fact, it started in the 70s, and now you see the late stage effects of it. So this turmoil led to regime change. The 70s are perhaps the best example in modern history of a story ending and a new story beginning. So let's take a look at the stories that died in the 1970s. Well, we have stocks, bonds, cash, and housing here, some of the main asset classes. The primary story in the 70s was the erosion of the US dollar. The stock market finished up about 10%, but down 40% in real terms. Bonds, obviously being closely tied to the US dollar, struggled a lot. And then cash struggled a lot. Housing, it depended where you were, which is like always the rule with housing, but largely it was not outperformant. But there was one asset class that was outperformant, and one asset in particular. Does anyone know what it is? I like to call it a big shiny rock. There was a big shiny old rock. That is what performed in the 1970s. So The question here is, why did gold outperform in the 70s? Why did all of these other assets struggle, and then you just have the oldest asset in the world that does well? What's the reason for that? In fact, you can see, and I apologize for charting, for charty rocking. You can see if you would have bought gold on January 1st, 1970, and held it through the end of the decade, you'd have spent almost no time not in profit. So why was gold stagnant for almost 40 years at $35, and all of a sudden it just goes up only in a straight line? Well, we talk a lot in SPX about belief. Was it belief? I don't think so. The reason that I don't think so is because gold had been around for 5,000 years. It's the most proven asset in history. That's not a new thing. In fact, there was so much belief in gold that in the 1930s, after the Great Depression, Americans were not allowed to buy gold, and the US government ordered all citizens to return their gold to the government. There was almost too much belief in gold. So belief alone does not create an investable story. In fact, when we look here, we understand that the real catalyst was trust erosion. In the early 1970s, many Bitcoiners may know in this room that Bretton Woods was passed, which was an act decoupling us from the gold standard. After World War II, the US dollar was the dominant story in markets. It was the safe haven across the world. A decimated global economy found a safe haven in the United States. Strong economy, a strong military, and a dollar that was backed by something everyone understood, gold. But that story died in 1971, and the asset, the supply of US dollars started to inflate. This caused a Schelling point around gold. Many of you might be familiar with what Schelling points are, but a Schelling point is anything with organic convergence, something everyone can rally around because they know everyone else will also find and rally around it. It's a theme for this presentation. So gold became the best Schelling point in all markets. It was something everyone understood and instantly was able to grasp. And the old story died. That's an important part of this. When an old story dies, capital starts looking for a new one. That's going to come up again in this presentation. So, okay, gold in the 70s, like what does that have to do with today, right? In fact, why are some stories valuable? Why was the gold story valuable in the 70s, but other stories are worth nothing? And the other stories eroded in the 70s. Well, we're going to see that that is actually a pattern in history, and it doesn't just apply to markets. Here you can see Germany in 1815. For those of you who don't know, Germany was not Germany in 1815. It was 39 separate states. They all had their own rulers. They all had their own currency. They all had their own laws. And they all had their own dialects of German. They didn't even speak the same German. Certainly, they did not see themselves as one Germany, so to speak. Later that century, in 1871, Germany was one country. It was more or less the Germany we see today. So what changed? Well, if you play by the books, you would think that Bismarck, who was the chancellor of what is now Germany, after the Austro-Prussian War, created the singular Germany that we see today. But I think that leaves a really uninteresting question, a question that's very interesting unanswered. And that is, how did 39 separate states who did not see them as one, did not speak the same language, come together and decide not only were they one nation, they also needed to fight for that reality? Enter the Brothers Grimm, hence the name Grimm Economics. For those of you who don't know the Brothers Grimm, you probably do. They published a series of famous stories in 19th century Germany called Household and Children's Tales. This is comprised of stories like Little Red Riding Hood, Hansel and Gretel, Cinderella, Snow White, stories that still permeate culture today. They were so popular that they were second only to the Bible throughout the 19th century in Germany. Think about that for a second. What these stories gave Germans is shared mythology, shared folk memory, something that made them connect with each other. The Brothers Grimm did not just publish these books, they also published the first modern dictionary and the first modern grammar book in Germany, helping to unite a common language across the now country. What they did is create the cultural substrate or the cultural infrastructure for a nation to form. Without the Brothers Grimm, I am unconvinced that modern day Germany could have become what it is. These narratives compound and reality starts to organize around them. That is the power of shared story. Now, I want to explain how this applies to markets because I don't think this is just a social phenomenon. It bleeds into everything in society. Let's take a look at the biggest assets in each asset class. Here we have the United States dollar in currency, Bitcoin in cryptocurrency, gold in commodities and store values, and NVIDIA in companies. What is the story behind these assets? Well, the US dollar is, over the last 80 years, the US government has had an unparalleled ability to tax and to project power. Only in the last few years has China even challenged that. And even then, the US government has been dominant. Bitcoin is the first ever asset backed by mathematics that is not controlled by a centralized authority and carries superior properties to all previous store values and currencies. Gold is a 5,000-year-old story. It actually has the most scarce component of all, which is time. You can't fake time. And lastly, NVIDIA. The story behind NVIDIA, and I'm not saying I believe this, is that AI is the most powerful technology in human history. If we nail AI, we could have prosperity theoretically forever. What could be a bigger company story than that? So what do all these things share? They are all the best stories in their respective asset classes. Now, you might be thinking, Cal, correlation is not causation. Maybe they just have the best stories because they're the best assets, and it's actually the inverse. I would wager that that's not true, and there are plenty of examples of this. Perhaps my favorite, many of you might remember, in early 2025, DeepSeek, which is a Chinese LLM company, published a model that was capable of similar levels of, that was on a similar level of production as OpenAI's frontier models. The only difference is it used a fraction of the compute that NVIDIA provided. The following day, this was a Sunday night, NVIDIA had the largest daily market cap drop in stock market history. It erased over $600 billion in one day. The crazy thing is, nothing had changed. The same amount of employees, the supply chain was the same, the customers was the same. It was the exact same business. All that changed was the story investors could tell each other about NVIDIA's dominance. So, okay, maybe stories have value. Maybe that's true, but I don't want this to be some hand-wavy thing because most stories are worth absolutely nothing, right? So how does a story actually become valuable? What's the process? What actually happens? Well, obviously you need a pretty good story, right? That's a good starting point. Then that story recruits people. Those people create demand. Demand creates price. Price goes up, and then more people join as a result. This is markets 101, right? We're just mapping demand to human behavior here. When this is working, everybody looks like a genius. It's exceptional in practice. The only issue is eventually momentum wanes, price decreases, the story starts to weaken. That's the most important part because price validates story, and then people leave. The question is, what happens next? Because everything goes through this process. This is just the ebb and flow of supply and demand, right? There's an inflection point. Is the story compelling enough for the cycle to repeat? For most assets, that's not the case. You go through one, you go up a lot, and you're done. We've seen this with the dot-com boom. We've seen this in crypto. We've seen this in every market throughout history. The best assets can spin again and again and again and capture new participants. So, okay, maybe stories, they become valuable this way, but how do I find these stories? Like, what separates a good story from a bad story from an investment perspective? First, in my opinion, you need a Schelling point. You need something that people can organically rally around. If you have to tell someone, hey, this is valuable and here's why, and they don't naturally believe you, then it's not really that valuable. Secondly, you need credible distribution. Everyone needs to have a fair chance at playing the game. Otherwise, you end up with a SpaceX type of situation where there's very few who are waiting until an exact moment to get out. Game theoretically, they will exit and they will race to the exit. Lastly, you need a compounding community. I think this can be explained as simply as if your most fervent holders are not loud about the asset they hold, why would anybody care? All of these things are required to have an investable story, but perhaps the most important component cannot be frameworked, and that is time. All stories wax and wane, and that's because they are compared with the context happening in society at that time. Sometimes they get weaker, sometimes they get stronger, but the best stories, like I said, spin in the flywheel over and over. They're evergreen. So let's test the framework. Don't just take me for it. Does gold have a Schelling point? Absolutely. It has 5,000 years as a Schelling point. It has perhaps the best Schelling point ever. Does it have credible distribution? Absolutely. Anybody can buy gold. There's lots of ways to get gold exposure. Does it have a compounding community? Yes, and it's unique because it's primarily derived from the time component. With each passing year, gold's value prop strengthens. The outcome, gold is the most valuable asset in all markets. That's actually all you need to know. It's literally just a rock with a story behind it. Utility tokens, do they have Schelling points? I don't need to tell you guys this. Absolutely not. It's completely manufactured by marketing. It's just software with a token attached. We could all go vibe code 500 crypto projects this year. It'd be very easy. Do they have credible distribution? No. By definition, it is only public when insiders are ready to dump. Does it have a compounding community? It goes without saying. It does not. There's mercenaries everywhere, paid marketing. And the outcome is that it's actually greater. It's like 99.9% failure rate. So not all stories pass through this framework. So, okay, great. Maybe stories are valuable. Maybe you believe me, maybe you don't. But how do we actually use this? How does this apply to today? Well, if you remember what I said at the beginning of this presentation, in order for a story to be compelling, for it to captivate people, for all of us to be in this room today, there must be a problem that society shares. There must be something that drives humans out of desperation to fix things. Otherwise, if everything was great, who knows if we'd be here today? I think this is happening again. What we saw in the 70s, as you can see, there's a lot of similarities from one of the first slides. I think it can be boiled down into three categories. Cost of living. Don't have to tell you guys this, but it's everything from groceries to rent to healthcare, just basic stuff. We're not even talking about luxury and crazy things. Social mobility. This is people's ability to move up in society, which is largely money-based and title-based. People can't do this, and it hampers their ability and interest in creating and making something of value. Why would you try if you know the game is rigged against you? In fact, it's becoming increasingly hard just to retain your place in society. Meaning and security. This one's a little more abstract, but it touches everything from career due to AI and robotic anxiety to the more intangibles. Community, hope, meaning. These are all scarce things now. So this creates a shared diagnosis. The game feels rigged against all of its participants. Like I said at the beginning, when an old story dies, capital starts looking for a new one. I think we are at that inflection point today. So I don't want this to be like super doomer or something like that. Let's think through this logically. What can you actually do, right? Because anybody can say things are bad. Well, I think there's four options, really. There's career, investing, entrepreneurship, and gambling. What do you guys think? What is the best path here? And then I'll explain my rationale. That's smart. That is the best one, yeah. This guy needs to stop trading and believe in something. Career, I think, is okay, and I think it's depreciating in the value it's able to offer society. I think the issue with career is you're now competing with AI, you're competing with robotics, and companies are actively shrinking. They need less and less people. So there's less place for you to move up in some artificial hierarchy. That being said, it's still a proven method. It's still good for most people in terms of lifestyle. So it's not awful. Investing is good in theory. I mean, you do need some starting capital, but having your money compound overnight, it conserves your most important resource, which is your time and your effort. Entrepreneurship, I think this is bad for most people. The lifestyle is horrible. By definition, it's a game that few can win. And it's very easy to waste your time, walk away with nothing. Lastly, gambling. I know Slow has his take, but this is by definition negative expected value. It's any game where the odds are rigged against you. So sports books, casinos, trading. So, okay, again, logically, what can I actually invest in? What would check the boxes, right? Well, let's go asset class by asset class. You have TradFi assets. The risk here is low. The potential is pretty low. The accessibility is medium. The primary issue with these assets is that the relative returns are terrible. What I mean by that is, let's say everybody in this room put $10,000 in the stock market. It went up 10%. Okay, we all made $1,000. That's great. I don't know how many people are in here. Maybe we make $30,000 as a whole. Someone with a lot more capital, with $1 billion deployed in the stock market, just made $100 million. How many of us does it take just to match one of these people? It's a losing game. You cannot, regime change is not possible in this way. Real estate, I think it's medium risk, it's low accessibility, it's medium potential. It's a very niche game. There's a lot of competition. You need debt. There's a shrinking population. I don't really see it, but it's not awful, I guess. Startups are very high risk. They're low reward, they're high potential and they're low accessibility. The primary issue with startups is at any given time, there's only a handful of startups that could help you accelerate in the way that you need to compete with the relative returns we just discussed. You're competing with the elites of Silicon Valley. You're competing with, every FANG employee. You're competing with every venture capitalist in the world. Good luck. Good luck. Crypto's high in its potential profile. It's high in its risk profile. It's low in accessibility, or it's high in accessibility. The primary issue with crypto is that majors are already big. Bitcoin is $1 trillion plus asset, and it's rampant with scams. How can anybody from the outside navigate this space effectively? Lastly, you have meme coins. This is essentially crypto on steroids. These are very high in potential. They're very high in risk. They're very high in accessibility. The primary issue with meme coins is that they're just an insider game, right? So then the question becomes, are there any meme coins that aren't insider games, that carry the very high potential, the very high accessibility components without the downside, or at least without the worst components? Let's run most meme coins first through the structure, just to make sure it works. Do most meme coins have a Schelling point? Absolutely not. They're tokenized moments in time, and that's it. Do they have credible distribution? These might have the worst credible distribution score of anything of all time. They have extremely low hold times. There's pre-sales, KOL allos, sniper wallets, words I don't want to know that I know. Do they have a compounding community? This might be the most savage group of people of all time. It's not compounding in any way. So then the question becomes, what would solve this? Well, let's take those three components, the Schelling point, the credible distribution, and the compounding community, and reverse engineer it. We would need a fair launch meme coin with a story so ambitious and so relevant that its holders can create a sustained Schelling point out of it and grow it relentlessly. Enter SPX6900. That story, it's flipping the S&P 500, the largest financial instrument in the world, and a symbol to many of the problems that we face, a mimetic enemy with a true noble cause. Let's run SPX through the framework. Does it have a Schelling point? It does. Flip the stock market is unique and it's instantly understood. Does it have credible distribution? Yes, it was fair launch. It's been open on the market for 3 years for anybody to buy. Does it have a compounding community? Everybody here is proof that it does. I put this as neutral, even though 3 years is exceptionally lindy in the meme coin space. We have a saying in SPX, we have to persist forever. So we have to keep going. We have to get bigger. We have to do more. So we still have all the signs of it, but we need to continue to prove that. So, okay, maybe SPX is the vehicle. Maybe that's the one. But what's the pitch? What's the bear case, base case, and bull case, right? Well, the bear case, and of course I don't think this is likely, is that that SPX slowly trends to zero. Just like any other meme coin, maybe it was a fad and it suffers from the left side of the flywheel that I mapped out earlier. Now, I think we're all proof that that is not likely to happen because people keep doing more and the story strengthens as a result. But of course, it is likely and we have to consider it. However, I think SPX is uniquely positioned to evade this bear case for two reasons. The first is that the story is so big and the potential is so high that you can size for zero. Anybody can put a small amount in, and if we even come within a fraction of our goal of flipping the stock market, you will be heavily rewarded for your belief. Honestly, I forgot the second one, so we're going to keep going. The base case. The base case is $69 trillion in a straight line. And that might, of course, it's kind of troll, but it might seem stupid, but I think there's more merit to it than one would give credit to. For many reasons, I think Bitcoin is the only comparable asset really in the world to SPX. I don't want to over-rely on that message because I actually think they are pretty unique. But for anecdotal reasons, we're all here, we're all self-organizing, we're creating shows, podcasts, etc., all as a decentralized nucleus, which is the only, we're sort of the only coin on the market to do that in a way similar to Bitcoin. And then objectively, which I'll get into in a second, Bitcoin is a map for what these things can do. For those of you who don't know, Bitcoin is the fastest asset to $1 trillion in history. It went from $10 billion to $2.5 trillion in just 10 years. So we are not without precedent for these insane and violent moves on a multi-year time horizon. In fact, these things are accelerating. Each time a new asset gets to $1 trillion, it's faster than the last one. And secondly, SPX holders objectively on-chain are displaying similar behavior to early Bitcoiners. In fact, they're displaying even more coordinated behavior to early Bitcoiners, early ETH, early Sol. This is a graphic from our GigaBrain quant in the Cognosphere in SPX. His name is @Matthew_C_Beck on Twitter. Give him a follow. He put this together. This is essentially a measurement of how tightly constrained SPX holders are holding their coin, and as a result, how little are available on the market to buy. As you can see, SPX is squeezing even tighter than every asset that preceded it. Very compelling, to say the least. These Aeons aren't messing around. Okay, so that's the base case. Then what the hell's the bull case, right? Well, the bull case is $420.69 trillion in a straight line. In this situation, the stock market keeps scamming new companies. There's more SpaceX's and more AI and more alien, who knows, right? $5 trillion companies, 10, fuck it, $20 trillion companies, right? And we have to adjust our targets. So in summary, the bear case is 0. We're already at 300 million. That was the second reason. We're already at 300 million. So on if you compare the base and the bull case to the bear case, what do you have to lose, right? The base case is 69 trillion and the bull case is 420.69 trillion. Instead of a bell curve distribution of outcomes, you're looking at a binary deterministic outcome. We flip or we round trip. As a result, the goal is so high that the flywheel, I said before, can continue to spin, because as soon as the people leave and the momentum wanes, the story's evergreen. You can rinse and repeat. So I've given you guys a lot of reasons why I think SPX6900 from a logical perspective actually makes a lot more sense than like a meme coin that's making fun of the S&P 500 should make. But I want to speak from the heart for a second. I just want to be personal about why I choose to believe in this coin. I could sit here and I could cite all of the OGs who have inspired me, who never gave up, who took on Herculean tasks, Baproll, Spacey, Idea Hazard. I could point to the modern examples of this. 1% Aeon and the many Aeons who are losing weight, dropping dozens of pounds in their fight against the stock market, bettering themselves. SFC, who put on this amazing conference. Let's give him a hand real quick. This guy pumps out videos like a machine. Seb, who takes the streets of London with a megaphone for free, weekly. Think about how crazy that is. These people all inspire me, but more than that, I've always been a dreamer my entire life. I drank the Steve Jobs Kool-Aid coming out of high school and early college. I thought that in order to change the world, I would spend all my time building great companies. And I did build some great companies. I was a part of companies that exited. I built a company and sold it. I've helped companies prepare for IPO. But I realized that this game was not too dissimilar from the TradFi game that we all know and despise. There are a lot of sharks, and really everybody's looking for a quick buck, even if it's dressed up as something else. I lost my romance for what I once found to be a very inspiring and useful use of a life. And then I found SPX, and SPX was the first place I had found where being an insider or being a rich guy, any of this stuff, didn't give you some better seat at the table. It was the first time I had found a true bottoms-up meritocracy where the common person had a say again. So when I say that SPX represents hope, romance, and populism to me, what I mean is at the beginning of this section, I mapped out all of the problems that society faces today. And there are even more. cost of living crisis, meaning and security, social mobility. All of these things are deeply, deeply embedded in society, and there is no easy fix for them. And I see SPX as one of the only ways that the average person can win again and win big again and take power back. Beyond that, I see it as one of the only things that advertises itself to the public as for them that actually is for them. And that cause is worth fighting for. I think the better question is not why I believe. The better question is, based on the logic and based on everything you see here today, why shouldn't you believe? We have so much to gain and so little to lose. Just buy one tiny coin. So I just spent the last 30 minutes telling you guys why stories are valuable and why SPX is a great story and why they happen during times like we're experiencing right now. But perhaps the simplest way to summarize this entire presentation is just that there is no greater story than when we flip the stock market. It has potential to be the greatest movement in modern history. Thank you. Stop trading and believe in something, and let's flip the stock market.
Does anyone have any questions for Cal?
Oh, God.
One up.
Hey, so you described the flywheel with the story is a compelling, and then there's belief in the story, and then price action, and it creates momentum, and people get interested. But then there's this kind of pullback on the other side of that. And if the story is compelling enough, then we can keep running this flywheel over time.
That's right. Yep.
What value do you see in the negative part of the wave? So when we have a pullback and we have people leaving, where do you see that fitting into SPX's growth?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think anyone who's been in crypto, or I guess markets for a long time, but crypto, you see markets unfold faster than traditional ones, would say that the negative, the red parts are very important because they weed out the non-believers and they actually create a stronger foundation. And I think we actually have seen this in SPX over the last year and a half, right? Like times were theoretically good. We were on the green side for quite some time. We weren't getting together in person last year. We didn't have really any podcasts last year. We didn't have any of this stuff. It is a result of people realizing that they need to go above and beyond. They need to do more. They need to fight for what they believe in. It's not going to magically happen for them. And so I think crypto, this is extra emphasized because there is no inherent value structure. There's no like cash flows to save you or something. And as a result, like people have to go and create the value. You have to do it. And that's why most coins are just completely incapable, because the idea is not big enough to warrant you going and becoming a missionary for it. So I think it's really important because that chart by Matt Beck, it helps make it stronger and stronger. It gives people a chance to really put their money where their mouth is.
And just kind of a little bit of a follow-up. I see it's like the believers get to accumulate with their capital, but then there's also this building aspect that occur, and the people who are there contributing with their energy during the pullback are finding themselves along that Aeon pipeline.
Yep.
And like fully immersing themselves and able to be in the community
Totally.
and be present.
They're able to match their actions with their incentives by getting a bigger bag, and they're able to step up and become a leader, which they probably didn't even know they wanted to be, but they actually did. That's what I think.
Amazing talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
First one, Cal, was incredible.
Thank you
for allowing us to be here and do that.
Thank you for coming.
I don't have a question, I have a comment. I would argue that the bear case is right now, that we are in the bear case. I don't, from all the research that you've displayed, I don't think it's possible to go to zero anymore. So I just wanted to say that I believe that we are in the bear case. Right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And so there is absolutely, like you said, nothing to lose. Why not? Because,
Exactly.
this has been probably the worst. People that have been in crypto know that it's been the worst streak or long, time of crypto. So my argument would just be that I think the bear case is actually even better than you stated.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I
Yeah.
think we are in a bear case, so amazing, and it gives you even more hope, because
Yeah.
if this is the bear case, then there's nowhere to go.
Totally. And I actually think that's a great point, because in the bear case that's happening right now, I mean, this flywheel works for every asset, right? Most meme coins go through this exact process. It's just that the story is actually very small. So it happens very fast. It happens in 30 minutes. And so the more there's an overarching bear case, the stronger SPX becomes, because people cannot convince themselves there's an alternative.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for Cal or thoughts? All right.
Thanks, guys. You want me to keep this computer here for Monj?
Actually,
I can move it.
let's just, I want to turn that screen off because it's making things really bright.
Do you want me to like put a placeholder image, or I can just shut it, I guess? That's not gonna work. Hold on.
Wait, that actually worked. Do that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Great.
This is a move.
Put this here. It's good. Nice. Thanks, man. You gave me the way up. It's good. Okay, let's go. Oh man, feels good. You get a flow state up there. It's fine. It's good. Thanks, man. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Worked so hard on it, bro.
Oh, yeah, I was stressed about that.
And you broke the ice.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Loosen up the crowd a little. Thanks, man. Thank you. You're gonna crush. I did. Thank you. I mean, it's my pleasure. I had fun. It's fun to do. You know, thank you. Thanks, Jeffrey.
I used to say contrast.
Yeah.
It found you.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
That's the difference of us and everybody else.
No, I totally agree. I actually, you know, I've been on the like non-maximalist camp pretty much my entire like, tenure. I changed that. I went all the way in,
Feels good,
honestly.
doesn't
Yeah, it's just the best one, right?
What
No, I know. Well, that's.
token could you do this?
I think this conference helped me with that. 'Cause I'm sitting here. Oh, I did.
Let's go ahead.
What?
Wait, you're up next, panel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We've been there like 5 minutes.
No problem.
You are mine.
I'm live. Hi, everybody who's watching live. I love you. It's Dr. Jesse, Proof of Human. I'm with my boy Cash right here.
Yeah, we'll be up in about 5 minutes.
Really, if I surprised you, huh?
Nice to meet you, man.
Hi, Jesse. Oh, great. Hi, Steph. How are you? You got a great man right here. One of my brothers. Love you. I'm at a panel right now. I'm live. Hey, guys. Hope you're watching. Hype, Space, everybody. Maddox, Murad. Wish you all were here, but you are.
Stephanie, nice to meet you. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'd rather do fist
Yeah.
Where's this at? I got to get on here.
We have bonds on me.
She's telling us about a divine path. We all had SPX.
Bonds on me. Say this for real.
For real, for real.
I'm going to get slow and Jeffrey.
Where? How do I get on? Where are we here on YouTube? CarolinAeon. I'll just type that in.
Sorry.
Monopolist and non-probationary status. You can't fire me, baby.
Guys, I'm sorry I got Blaze in trouble. Just break dance. Jordan, love you, bro.
In my head, I was like,
So apparently you're giving Slow and Jeffrey a raise. You're promoting me to non-probationary status. SPX for real.
Jed, what's the YouTube on? I just want to pull it up here. What's like what I put the SPX conference?
Happened Sunday.
All right. Perfect. Okay. You're right. Great to see you. We see you. Cal's presentation was unreal.
Ready?
Yeah, it's watching stimulate myself now. I need to get some caffeine and all that. So that sounds smart.
Are we doing a?
12:40.
Put this on my
Are we doing a-
SPX stream.
Later, like you're on AI.
Yeah, mine's gonna go long.
I will
He's
hop
gonna
into a panel if we need.
He's gonna go long.
Definitely gonna be long. Someone else was on a panel, but
We sitting down, chat.
a culture panel or something. I'll hop on it. I don't care. But I'm only on this one, I think.
Do we need to like pass a mic back and forth when we're answering you? Or? Yeah.
It wasn't me, bro.
I like that shirt, Jesse. Yeah, where'd you get that? Is that
I ordered it. I think at Jordan's.
Okay.
I ordered it a while ago.
Yeah, yeah.
It's one of the first ones.
Yeah.
I wore this on Chad's first when he invited me onto the show. I wore
Okay.
this shirt.
Yeah.
So it's been a while. Okay. You say don't share it?
Don't share that.
Okay.
Don't share that, Mike.
I won't share it.
I'll probably share it.
So who is it? You, me,
Yeah,
and Nick, right? Is that it? 3 of us?
I don't even know
Three of us?
where my talking
I
points
love it
went,
like
but
that.
fuck it.
Are we taking questions or you're asking?
I'm asking you. Okay. And then we'll do a Q&A thing.
All right.
So that's the goal.
Lotus.
You were supposed to
No
prepare
idea.
as
Oh
full
no.
speech. You know? This is like a presentation.
I'm shooting off the hip like Joe Rogan.
That's how it should be.
Lotus.
Let me try the
All right, we're about to get started with the panel.
Is it good?
I haven't tried it yet. Then
Hey,
on the
if
foam,
you
just
guys
settle-
quiet down a little bit, we're about to
settling
get started with
still.
the next panel, if you don't mind.
We're doing 69 push-ups for this one or what?
You can.
I did 50 this
I'm not
morning,
doing it.
actually.
Believe.
All right, so this is the generations Gen Z to Gen X panel. So we have Jesse representing Gen X. We got Slow representing Millennial. And we have Nick representing Gen Z. So
Nah,
We're here for you.
nice to you guys, Christian, Fuga.
so the
Take
goal
notes.
is to get a sense of the generational divide and get a sense of how different generations react to different aspects of SPX. That's the goal, and I'm going to get started.
Cool.
So I want to start with you, Jesse. How do you think SPX appeals to your generation? Like what aspect appeals the most?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's great to see everybody. Well, my generation, I think, is definitely a lot different than the younger generation. As I've been around longer and I've seen things, so it's easier for me to trust what I see and my instincts in this community because I've seen another community like this before at the beginning, which was Bitcoin, and I went through it. So when I see something where I could be myself, not hide behind anything, and I could be real and authentic. And then when you understand that in the future, in the age of AI, when everything is going to be replicated and not authentic, the most valuable things will be human-to-human interaction, which SPX is 100% about, and an authentically scarce asset, which is SPX and Bitcoin. So if you ask me how I understand it from experience, maybe more, and I trust it more. So when I do talk to the younger guys, so I get on them sometimes because I say, don't worry about anything else. Understand who we are and know who we are, right? Again, I'll say it again. There's a difference between you believe your wife will never leave you and you know the sun will come up. When you know something, it's much more powerful. So I know SPX because I've seen it before and I could feel it. So for me, I trust it, I think, more than maybe people that have been, like I said, I've never had to experience pump fund or scams or getting, wiped out in my wallet and stuff like that. I went from Bitcoin to SPX, so I have not experienced the bad part of it. So I think in a way, I trust and I know SPX from my point of view.
Slow's got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Slow.
What was the question?
Yeah,
How do you think SPX
too
appeals to
intelligent.
your generation? What appeals to it the most?
We need it
Come on, millennial.
for one thing. I'm like 32 years old, and I look around at the world today, and my generation and next generation and on is largely priced out of the world. That, or you're slaving away at a job that you hate and is sucking your soul.
Cycle.
A terrible cycle.
Hamster wheel.
I mean, everyone here knows, the stats of like wages not going up, inflation is going up, prices and cost of everything is going up. And it's hard to really look towards the future and to feel any kind of hope or optimism. I think that's what a lot of people my age, I think, are experiencing. And I experienced it for many years too. And Bitcoin was an interesting, Bitcoin for me was like more of a thought experiment. I didn't invest in it back in the day because I was like a teenager and didn't know what I was doing. But it was really cool to see it unfold and to see that story unfold. And I feel like that story can be repeated, to Cal's point, and needs to be repeated.
Yeah.
Probably for every generation. But that's
Pass it on.
Awesome.
there you go.
Yeah, I like a lot of the points you made, Slow. I want to start off with the negatives for my Gen Z brothers and sisters before I go into the positive outlooks on SPX. But going off what you said, think back to Murad's analysis of that data and all the kind of things he talks about. The loneliness epidemic is really big one, and SPX fixes that in a great way. But I like to look at the being priced out of assets, definitely, but the amount of Gen Zers, people like my age group, 20 to upwards to even your age or 28, late 20s, that are living with their parents is at an all-time high or higher percentage than in the Great Depression. And you do have a lot of people that are stuck in a rut. They're working at a job they don't like. They're living paycheck to paycheck. My friends that are living in the city nearby me that aren't living with their parents, they can't even afford, they have to go cheap out on groceries, can't go out certain weekends. They don't have enough to invest. And a lot of people think this whole fever dream we're sold, that the boomers and the Gen Xers kind of did benefit from 401k plans and your social security is kind of safe. But we're living in this uncertain time of an AI transitionary period, and that's why a lot of my generation is scared to take risks. So I'm not really scared to take risks. I've been investing since January 2025 in SPX. Once I stopped trading and started believing, got rugged enough times. At least I didn't buy to a coin. Trump farmed me though. Trump definitely farmed me with that one. And Duolingo, Bird. only good trade I made was N64 coin or some bullshit. But at the end of the day, I'm glad I ended up here. And back to going on the positive note, I think SPX, to me now, it started as a financialized vessel, but flip the stock market. We still have the whole movement and the goal. And I'm a very big vocal movement person. I like to chill. I like to go out there and take risks and get normies kind of on board and get my friends in. But the loneliness epidemic and the fact of the community that we have here, we have people showing their faces, all hanging out. We all grouped up. There's about 3 to 4 times, 2 to 3 times maybe the people that were in Miami at the event. Amsterdam was huge, and it just helps solve this in a spiritual kind of way. Even though it is a meme coin and it is based off of going against the 500 and having the bigger index and it's mimetic, I think the community and the fact that we're we road trip down together, we're friendly, we're going to these events. We've already had 3 events this year, some Europeans. It's just beautiful, honestly. Yeah, it helps solve this loneliness epidemic without really, you don't have to think of it like a financial vessel at all.
Awesome, Nick. Thanks, man. So I want to go back to Jesse. What do you think is a turnoff to your generation about SPX? Maybe the memetics SPX uses. What do you think is?
I don't see much of a turnoff. But again, I'm the most positive person that you know. So, as far as a turnoff, I would just say one thing that I had to learn, being 52 years old and being in SPX is, I didn't come in, I didn't understand the anime and I didn't understand the schizo, and I'm not the tech guy. But it did grab me, SPX grabbed me again, spiritually, because I could be myself. So as far as the question was,
the
turnoff would be, I would just caution the younger generation to not get so encompassed by what other groups or other people or other teams of people try to do. If just know who we are, and that would be the only turnoff, is that I think because of what they've been through, what they've explained in their lack of trust and lack of hope sometimes, and being priced out of everything, because of all the negative that they've been through, I understand it. But I will tell you, when you only let your energy concentrate on SPX, the other things cannot absorb you. So don't let that happen.
So what do you say?
I don't know if really anything negatives come to mind. What say it again?
Yeah, what about the memetics do you think can be unappealing to millennials?
I would say honestly the hardest gap to bridge is actually the financial aspect. People my age get that the system's fucking broken. Give me a break. I've been living it for 30 years. It's that most people my age don't invest, or younger people haven't invested. They don't have time and experience in any kind of markets. That's the biggest issue that I run into when I'm talking to my friends. And I'm like, yo, SPX, it's the greatest thing in the world. And they're like, I've never even, I have Cash App on my phone. I don't have a brokerage account or something. So I would say that's the biggest disconnect, is just getting people my age to really even have a framework for investing, because most of them don't. Most of them have never had enough money to invest in the first place, right? So why would I ever learn fucking price to earnings ratios on stocks if all I have is $5 in my bank account? So yeah, although financial jargon and stuff is sometimes, it's almost in the way, and I almost don't really even talk about a lot of that stuff sometimes.
Right.
It is a lot more about the story of what we're trying to accomplish here.
Correct.
So
Yeah, I like a lot of those points you made, because I see that in my generation. It might even be more more exacerbated or whatever, because your millennial generation, at least they kind of been in their careers for a bit.
Yeah.
But where I am, it's like a lot of my friends are post college. I'm like 2 years removed from school, and I mean, I interned for wealth advisors. I kind of got a taste of that, so I am really into investing. But talking to people about investing, the stock market's one thing. You have like your friends that are TradFi, like stock boys, and they're like, dude, buy the IPO in SpaceX, and trying to show you like Nvidia and like these high market cap stocks like Cal just kind of spoke about. But the problem really is that people don't understand blockchain technology. Like, I do think AI is a big breakthrough and big technology that is going to define the future. We have to use it in the right way. But I think the blockchain is like the internet 2.0, or like another birth of the internet. And we're still in the infancy of, even Bitcoin is still in its infancy. So we are early adopters or innovators in this space in SPX6900. But the one turnoff I get is I go out in real life and shield normies at bars. Like, I'm talking to people that are, white collar, blue collar people, like people with families. I'm talking to like, people my parents' age, like Gen Xers, people like Jesse Dubbing, like, we're all regular people in this. But we understand it, we invest in it. Most people, the one thing I hear is two words: exit liquidity. That's what they think I'm trying to use them for. But if you really break it down for them and show them that this community's persisted for enough time, explain the Lindy effect, we have a highly ambitious goal, show them images of us at these meetups, that humanizes, oh, proof of human, Jesse, humanizes the movement more. And, a lot of my videos are fun and energetic, but I've had a lot of good conversations with people that I haven't recorded. And if you frame it right, it is very kind of, it's very generational. Like, a lot of the older people don't trust Bitcoin and trust crypto, and they hear scams. So I think that as the light sheds more towards the positive aspects and people kind of start to forget those negative, like connotations that crypto has, I think over time people will trust it more. And it's that thing Rod talks about, the attention economy and the trust economy. And once you kind of shift more into trust, and your close friends start buying SPX, and then they start onboarding people, and it's a whole kind of network effect. And I mean, we're seeing that in real time. More people at this event, more holders every day, more memes. Shout out to NanoLit. Those memes are lit. Dare I say, NanoLit.
Bring me back, man. I'm the Coast Guard. I'm not the steward.
I was going to say, actually, yeah, I think the fact that it's cryptocurrency could be one of the biggest disconnects. Like, the second I say crypto, everyone in the room is like, what? Like, either their framework is it's what scammers do, or exit liquidity.
Yeah. I think it's like some new launch.
People don't understand crypto. It's such a new technology. So, I mean, that's maybe the biggest hurdle off that.
Well, we've talked about that before.
It's a breakthrough in Ethereum.
We need to try to move away from that term as much as possible. I mean, when you think about, say, you use the Amazon, you don't think of it as this website infrastructure, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
You just say, I use Amazon. I buy SPX. So we don't have to necessarily relate the word. But I think it's just because we're early adopters. So it's still a fascination with it. Just like in the .com bubble, everybody was obsessed with the idea of websites themselves. Another maybe trickier question. Would you change how you discuss SPX with someone depending on their age? Like, would your strategy change?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my strategy, I mean, again, I don't know if people will like this, but my strategy is very simple. Because in my age generation, I just say, if you missed Bitcoin, don't miss SPX. That they kind of understand that. It kind of cuts to the chase, because most of the world missed Bitcoin, or even if they got into Bitcoin, they sold it at the wrong time, and now you have a chance at something else that really mimics a lot of early Bitcoin. So for me, the easiest thing to say is, hey, listen, if you miss Bitcoin, SPX is you. You need to understand and study SPX. You don't want to be the fool that missed it twice.
Love
it. Now, I would say I don't change my tactic because my tactic is really to figure out what this person cares about. Is really just to see what this person cares about and like, why would they care about SPX? So it's kind of, I try to just figure out what this person's story is, where they're coming from, why would they be interested in it? Trying to figure out like what SPX fixes in their life, because it fixes most problems.
Yeah, I like that. You do really have to do a lot of listening, which is a skill that I'm still working on. Of course, you guys know me on the Twitter Spaces. Me and Oname are just bodying it the whole time. But anyways, I do. Going back to the question chat asked, I do actually shift the framework a lot depending on the generation someone's in or their age group. Like if I meet someone, they say they're around my age or Slow's age and kind of like a millennial or Gen Z, it is a little bit easier for me because I can relate to them more. But
Sure.
if they're like a Gen Xer around my parents' age or even like a boomer, actually, I've realized I'm actually pretty good at talking to baby boomers. I get a lot of like I don't understand what it is. I think it's my like knowledge of like history, culture, and like studying the stock market. Like I've had to study all this wealth finance stuff for a while. So I like to typically ask like, what kind of assets do you like to invest in? And kind of get them talking and frame it in a way where it's like, okay, you're a big gold guy. You like investing in gold. Well, like, why do you like gold compared to cash over bonds? And it all really goes back to supply and demand. I mean, if you're retail, you don't understand crypto. Michael Saylor says it a lot, like 21 million Bitcoin. Like Bitcoiners, they like to talk about price a lot. You know, we don't do that here. There's no chart. I love you. Persist forever. But like, man, it's just, there is no meme. It's a thermometric vessel of faith. And if you frame it the right way to people and kind of figure out their personal problems, like you were saying, you can kind of get them into SPX and show them that there is a way to fix some of their problems through this community. And even like, you know, financial problems and distress people are in, especially people my age. They think they're priced out of Bitcoin, even ETH and Sol. People don't even want to buy Solana. And I think Solana is cheap as hell right now. But I mean, honestly, I'd rather just DCA more SPX. So, hey, like I tell people all the time, but it really takes that spark and that willing to like venture in more and learn more for people to get into it. So if you're not in crypto already, I've noticed it's a lot harder. But honestly, sometimes the hardest people to get are the TradFi guys that are super invested in the stock market and the people that are crypto guys that are like super maxi on one coin or something. So, you know, straying away from that word meme coin more into movement coins, I think that's kind of the key to kind of unite people, because we're all people at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what generation, what skin color we're in, what your sexual orientation is. We all have that spirit of like, we want the world to be a better place and we have good intentions. And that's why we're here. We're not looking to dump on people, and we're not like, oh, when we're on sales, I'm out, you know. And I know me and Gorilla, we're buying it. I'm so bullish, my bulls are growing bulls. I don't even know how bullish I am. I'm bullish off the Aeon hill. Yeah, that's it.
Nick, I was just
Enough
about
jokes.
to say how articulate you are and how much you surprisingly.
I made talking points on that 69-hour space, and I just went with it. Not even looking at my phone. I'm just winging it.
No, I love that. That's good. How important is the flipping the stock market message from your perspective? Obviously, it's very important to the movement, and that's our main messaging. How important is it from your perspective?
From my perspective, the importance of it is it's infinite. There's no end in sight, which means that the flywheel that I'm showing can repeat itself an infinite number of times. If your message is to flip the stock market and your job's not done until the stock market is flipped, that's a very, very, very outlandish thing to try to accomplish. So we can't stop it until we try to accomplish it. So it's an infinite mimetic. So I think that's the coolest thing about it, is that you know, we're literally going to have to persist forever maybe to flip it. So when all the other means, there's endpoints and there's a stopping point, where flip the stock market is something that we might very well have to persist forever to flip. And if we get there before then, great. But if we don't, then we have to keep going.
Yeah, what he said. There's like interesting language. If we could harness the power of God, could we flip the S&P 500? There's always been this like, I don't know if you really want to call it spiritual or like moral element to what we're trying to accomplish here. Like when I think of flip the stock market, I think of it in two different ways. And one of them is like, yeah, the $69 trillion market cap. But the more significant one is really like, are we going to change the way society runs? Are we going to keep playing by these same games that cause more harm than good? Are we going to keep investing in assets that just, you know, keep proliferating?
Extracting.
Just, yeah, I mean, just keeping people confused, keeping people opposed, diametrically opposed with each other, politically, religiously, whatever. And we have, I mean, we have this technology now to coordinate and to communicate at scale. Like, if we want the world to change, we can just do it now. And we just need enough people to believe in that and to start participating. It's really like, it's a crazy phenomenon that we have cryptocurrency to be able to coordinate together and do this kind of thing. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, great points from both Jesse and Slow. Honestly, if living the stock market to me, I mean, it's I think we're in a very big spiritual war, and I can't really pinpoint exactly. I like the points Cal made about the 70s and the comparison to kind of our current landscape, but I think this spiritual war, I mean, what I don't like about, I mean, the whole world, I feel like it's like this. There's a lot of division and polarization, and I think the media and governments, there's less trust in the governments over time. We're starting to see stuff come out, conspiracy theories proven to be true. And I think the division between people, like they're so separated based on their beliefs in like politics and religion and all that. But SPX kind of bounds us together. It's apolitical, similar to Bitcoin, but it doesn't have those TradFi institutional undertones, and it's completely organic. And I think if we could harness the power of God, I mean, we've already had dreams about the stock market. We're gonna have a big parade. It's going to be 10 times as big as when the Eagles win the Super Bowl again. But anyways, to me, yeah, it's the spiritual war that we're in. And I wish more people understood cryptocurrency, but it goes beyond that. It goes beyond those kind of ideas of, I mean, flipping the stock market's cool and all, but I mean, you know, look at that image, like those stockbrokers all upset and everything like that. TradFi thinks they were right, but we were right in the end because we bound it together through unity, faith, whatever it is. We came together as people instead of worrying about profits and corporate greed. Like one of the things we say, plug peaceful life over greed. Whatever that means to you, to me, that means having a nice garden, family, and having a bunch of land or whatever I want. Don't even have to have a huge house. I just want a peaceful life where I don't have to worry about financial stress. I think a lot of my generation, all the generations, believe in that. And with our current reality, I think we will win this spiritual war through our belief.
Hell yeah.
Awesome, man.
Hell yeah.
Kind of
It's a bigger number.
more of a practical topic.
Oh my God, I have a story.
Curious about your perspective on it. How important is cold storage to you?
I'll get that.
I know it's a bit of a debate if exchanges are okay or if it's okay for hot wallets. How important it is to you, and how important do you think it would be for people around your age?
Yeah. Well, so a very interesting question because again, everything I have is in cold storage and safe deposit box and stuff like that. But I would say
That's look like
in the future, and this is another probably take that people don't agree with, but just like ATM cards, like no one, like you don't ask, no one's interested in how does my ATM card work, right? He was mentioning about explaining crypto. We're so early. You're not going to have to explain crypto. All the rails of all the financial payment systems and everything with stable coins and everything is going to be blockchain crypto. And we're going to be to the point where it's so natural. It's like using your ATM card. So you don't ask, how does that ATM card, when I swipe it, what really happens? How does my money go here? We're going to the point where crypto is going to be, and stable coins and digital blockchains is going to be the mechanism of everything. And so I don't think cold storage will be necessary the way it was when I was protecting Bitcoin, and I have my SPX off just because I'm used to it. But I really believe that we're going to get to the point where it's so normal that, like, you're not taking your ATM card and putting it in a safety deposit box, right? Like if you drop your ATM card, okay, I'll go get another one and then I'll cancel it. That's where we're going. We're so early in blockchain technology. I'll just caution you that when they invented the engine in a car, it still took people 30 years to go away from horses to cars. Okay, like it was such an obvious thing, but it still takes people. People are human beings for some reason don't trust, or they want to see it for a long period of time. So like when they invented the gasoline engine, people still rode horses for 30 years before they said, that seems like a good idea. Maybe I'll get a car instead of a horse. So, that's where we are in blockchain technology. You have the first administration. It's not even through. You have they're still debating on when the Clarity Act is, but you have the first administration that is going to accept this to be the norm. So as important as cold storage was for us, I'm looking at W, you guys can't see. And it's important, but I believe in the future, or maybe even transitioning now, because stable coins are becoming the Visas and the MasterCards and everything like that, that the cold storage, as soon as the institutional banks adopt you trust your bank, right? FDIC, you have $250,000. I know, but I'm saying, like, you trust putting your money in the bank and you don't sweat it. It's going to be the same thing, as when this becomes the new car engine, let's say, of financial, systems. I don't think cold storage will be as important as it is right now.
Interesting. What do you think,
That is interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, at least right now, cold storage, the idea of self-custody is super important.
Right.
And I think that's kind of like a curious thing that I think about, like Undi's video, numbers and contracts designed so that you never actually own anything. And you think about, like, how most assets today work. Like, you don't own that. You own a receipt. They own it. And you are maybe, borrowing equity or value or whatever. But the idea of crypto is, like, you own something. Like, it's yours. The money in your checking account isn't real. Those are just numbers on a screen. It's not like there's
It's been loaned out 10 times.
Yeah, it's been loaned out 10 times. It's been fractionalized. It's, so I think just, like, overall, the concept of self-custody is something that needs to be talked about more, like, for my generation and future generations. And I mean, like, from a technical perspective, like, cold storage is necessary in terms of, like, a supply squeeze and actually, cornering the market of SPX.
Awesome. I got a lost track. Can you restate the question? Just a bit of it.
Yeah. How important is cold storage from your perspective?
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, going back to a little bit of what Slow was saying, you do actually own something. Like, I kind of giggle when people are like, I own Bitcoin in my brokerage, and it's like, I did or whatever. Yeah, you actually own paper Bitcoin. I can't really explain it to you, but it's like just a receipt from BlackRock. Like you're totally TradFi. That's 2% of the Bitcoin supply right there, buddy. You're getting farmed. Not really, but you still basically own spot ETF on Bitcoin. But anyways, when you actually tangibly own something, you know, get it off the centralized exchanges, get it off your Phantom wallet. Been there, done that. Click one link, $2,000 worth of SPX and Giga just drained. And that's why I stayed in this community, because I don't know who it was. I was tweeting, told people I got scammed. Everyone's like, you got to get on cold storage, Nick. Like, I know you're new. Someone dropped like 3,000 coins on me, like more than I lost. And I was like, thank God. Like the Aeons were donating me, like some were only donating me 10 or 50 coins. Some people were like, here you go, dude. You're important to the community. Here's 150, 200. And like, yeah, I'm never looking back. Like you can still trade or swap coins on those like exchanges, but you have to put it in cold storage, in my opinion. And you don't have to remember your words. You don't have to like, you should write it down on paper, of course. Don't save it on your iPhone and all that jazz. But cold storage is insanely important. It's like it's the equivalent of like the boomers say cash under the mattress, or like putting gold bars in the safe. You have a tangible asset like gold, right? That's why a lot of the older generations don't really trust crypto, because it's not tangible. It's electronic. It's on the blockchain. People worry about like EMPs and like, you know, everything going offline, but you should really be worried about your bank account before you worry about your crypto wallet. So yeah, keep your crypto keys somewhere safe. Don't let your mother find it and rip it up and throw it out or something like that. Yeah, you should definitely exercise cold storage. And if you need a recommendation, just ask an Aeon what they use. There's like, I like Tangent, they have Trezor, Ledger, whatever you want to use. And it's only costly like $50 to $100 or something just to get a device. So yeah, stay with self-custody. And the thing about self-custody is that you are your own bank. You don't have to rely on the system and, you know, basically get screwed out of your own money in your checking account. I've heard stories about early Bitcoiners that were involved in Bitcoin early, and their bank accounts just got frozen. And that's why a lot of, you know, you guys flock to Bitcoin and things like that. So I think self-custody is equally important to cold storage, and they kind of go hand in hand.
I have one more thing to say. Like Jesse kind of mentioned, you know, like trusting your bank and your money being like FDIC insured and things like that. But like, I don't trust crypto exchanges, and I don't trust banks. Like,
I trust
I don't trust banks.
Thanks.
Like 2008. Like, why would we trust any of these people? That's the way I look at it. I don't trust any of them. I don't really trust any political system or governmental system or financial system or whatever, because it's ultimately just people making decisions, and people are fallible and they can shut that shit off. So like the power of on-chain is that you can't just shut it off.
Correct.
We're going to hear from Monj later about like GME, like, and why that failed. It's because they control the systems. So
yeah, just to clarify what I said, self-custody is the utmost of importance. But I think the traditional way of cold storage in what you're talking about is going to change. You're always going to want to keep your self-custody, right, no matter what. But cold storage may not be taking it from your computer onto a ledger and putting it in your drawer. It might be a locked card or a locked digital device that you carry around like your wallet, and that nobody can break into. And if you lose it, then the technology is evolving. Self-custody is a must. You must self-custodize. You must have self-custody for all of your assets. But the way that cold storage is happening is going to evolve.
Yeah, I like that. Awesome responses. So a couple more questions. So this is about age and generations. You know, one day we're all going to be old, like real old. So
maybe not. Longevity.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's assume the current system. So assuming we do all be old one day, how can we keep SPX fresh for the new generation?
That's a great question. Okay. So, as I spoke with Cal when he got off, in the universe,
with consciousness, and I'm going to get deep for a second. You don't choose SPX. SPX chooses you. Like, you didn't find it. It actually found you. And there's something special about SPX that you can't explain. Just like there's a saying in the Quran, and I don't remember how to say it, but what is given to you is only for you, and you can't explain it to anybody else. So the reason why I'm in SPX is because of what you just said. SPX, the greatest invention of SPX is so far has been the cognosphere, because it allows everybody and everything in their own artists, financial people, spiritual people, yoga people, everything that is, it allows you to be. And when you have something that is so magical like SPX, it's going to start to just absorb the energy of everybody else. And people, it's going to find people. And those type of things, they exist like flipping the stock market forever, infinite, right? So I believe that there's something special and energetic about SPX that cannot be explained. It's not crypto, it's not blockchain. It's a feeling that you get when you came to this meeting and you started to meet everybody. Like, how did you get here? How is it even possible that this group of people found each other? Right? It's an impossibility unless you believe in the impossibility. And that's what SPX is. So I don't think you're going to have to make it fresh. I think it's going to absorb into people, and it will find people, and it will last and keep going.
Nice.
I think it'll kind of just naturally change and adapt and evolve over time based on
It evolves, evolution.
Yeah, based on the participants, and especially like the loudest participants at the time will probably have the most kind of ripple effects of shaping the culture of it. Or so I think like as we get older, and there's like newer, younger folks who are like coming into their own
Bronze
being.
Army. That's how we're gonna keep it alive.
SPX will look different than it looks now.
Yeah.
And SPX looks different now than it did a year ago, and 2 years ago.
Sure.
So I think it's just an ever evolving story.
Like it.
Yeah, the answer to the question, as they said, basically game theory, as Murad would say, and memetics.
He's such a trad fire, isn't he?
I'm a trad
I'm joking.
I actually disobey trad fire. You see those articles. But no, I think over time, like Slow was saying, it's much different. Even from the last Miami event, which hasn't even been a full year, I've seen a lot of change. I remember meeting Mog supported the first time there. The beast. But like, it's just it's a constantly evolving cycle, regardless of crypto cycles, regardless of liquidity and what macro's doing and what politics and geopolitics and all that stuff. It's always going to evolve and continue delivering newcomers in, and newcomers with different backgrounds and different contributions, and artists, creatives, or more analytical people are going to come in and contribute, and it's going to be a snowball effect and critical mass, and then the effect, all that stuff's great. But I think the culture will expand, network effect will continue to keep like spider webbing per se. So memetics and game theory.
Okay, and final question, and it is the most important question.
I just love Murad so much.
Need you to answer from your perspective. Which logo is best?
I like the SPX.
I like the SPP 6800.
Which logo is best? And sign, but mine's a little.
Not that one.
Mine's slow. I just like Netflix beams.
Incredible. Okay, are there any questions from the audience?
There's one over there.
There's a new bowl forming. In all.
If you had to put it on a scale, it'd be like 6,900 over 500. Something like that.
Thank you all for your sharing your perspectives. I'm curious, SPX often gets analogized to the Occupy Wall Street movement in modern form. Can you speak from your generational perspectives? Obviously, Nick, it may just be, hey, I don't have any memory, but Jesse, can you talk about sort of what you remember about the financial crisis and sort of the conversations that were had, and maybe any memories you have about Occupy Wall Street particularly, and SLO as well? And I mean, all of you, but I'd like to hear just the generational perspectives on that time period.
I'm always honest. I don't have much experience with that. I know about it, but I was not involved in it at all. I happened at that point in time. I was sheltered from it because I had just finished my orthopedic surgical training. So at that point in time, when everybody was failing and having financial problems, I was making the most money I'd ever made in my life because I got hired by the hospital at making a certain salary. So I only saw it in as far as like the housing crisis happened and stuff like that. And you would see people in South Florida owning 7 different houses and they make no money and stuff like that. So I was sheltered from that. I didn't feel that, and that's the truth. So I can't speak to it. I read it and I saw the news and I understood everything, but I was so brand new doctor, young surgeon trying to make his name, that I was kind of sheltered from that financial crash. That's the truth. I wish I could give you a better answer. I just.
What you were seeing around.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what I saw around was devastation in South Florida, specifically South Florida. The housing market was, it was like in the movie. You would see, professional pole working girls have 5 houses. It was just like in the movie. And so there's whole neighborhoods that are still down there right now that are empty, like pre-built houses and there was lots of housing devastation where I am, where there were just whole communities of hundreds of houses, and they're still there. I think they use it now for low income. The government kind of took a lot of it over, but again, I wasn't in the financial world. I remember watching the news and everything, and I saw it around. I saw a lot of my friends that I went to school with in high school and stuff lose their jobs and have huge problems. But again, I didn't directly engage in that at that moment. Thank God, I was sheltered. Just the way it worked for me. So.
Yeah, I also have basically no real personal exposure to those events. That happened when I was, a young teenager.
Stacy would have been good. Spacey would have been great for that question, by the way.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, she knows a lot about that.
She was there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was. Do you have anything to say?
I do.
I didn't
Studied enough
experience
finance
it,
to
so
know exactly what
it's
happened.
hard for me to answer that
We're
question.
talking about the 2008 crisis, right?
I've seen The Big Short a lot of times.
Right.
It's one of my favorite films.
His name's
honestly,
listen to his laugh. It's contagious.
Honestly, the
like Quant
thing that it makes me think a lot about is just the long-term consequences of some of these events. In 2020 or 2021, we printed something like 30% of the entire global money supply in that one year. And I think we're probably going to be feeling the long-term inflationary effects of that for probably decades. And the events of 2008 obviously harmed tons of people in the short term and immediately. But there are these longer term consequences of my parents didn't buy a house until recently, because you kind of think about how far back this sets so much of society and the effects that has decades down the road. Yeah, I mean, it's what, 2026, and I'm sure we'll still be feeling the effects of the 2008 crash for decades more potentially. I don't know, but yeah.
I'll just bring up a few points because I was like a couple years old when that happened, basically. I was born a month after 9/11. So, yeah, I mean, I remember my parents being really stressed because my dad's actually like, he works in the housing industry, he does like loans and mortgages. So it really affected like all of his work. Luckily, we didn't like lose our house or anything like that. Housing market around me was still kind of okay, but I think in a grand scale, it definitely lowered a lot of trust in banks. And honestly, that's why Satoshi created Bitcoin right in the wake of that crash. The Genesis block says. So yeah, it really lowered the trust in banks, which kind of lowers the trust in government a little bit, which is bullish crypto long term, in my opinion. But going back to some points Spacey has made on podcasts, and I've listened to her speak a lot about this. Since she was there talking to people in those circles, like the one thing was that it was like just a protest, like you know, in our First Amendment rights, right to protest, right to free press, and all that. And it was just a protest without a financialized vessel. And that's why she loves SPX so much, because it's basically, you know, whatever Murad says, GameStop 2.0, the next Doge, next Bitcoin. But like really, it's Occupy Wall Street, financialized with spiritual undertones. I like it. I like it. Counterculture in a world without counterculture. So Occupy Wall Street kind of laid the groundwork. And now we have cryptocurrency and these guardrails where, you know, like they turn off the buy button. I remember Manj saying that once. I was like, I had no idea what happened in Robinhood and GME and all that, but you can't stop it. You know, it's all these decentralized guardrails. The bear cases, it goes to zero, whatever. There's enough of us holding and believing. But yeah, Occupy Wall Street and that crash really set the framework for the current landscape of like the financial nihilism. So yeah, financial, shout out to Moan, still know who you are. Financial nihilist, spiritual optimist, to Jester's privilege. I know everyone's bio.
Gabby has a question.
Yeah, no, it was actually more of a comment because as the other Gen X, I don't know who else fits into that. Actually, technically, a Zillennial, which is a micro generation between Gen X and Millennial. But what I wanted to say was, and I was thinking about how does SPX appeal to me as a Gen Xer. It is actually because when I was Nick's age, I lived through the dot-com bubble crash. And when I was Slow's age, I lived through the financial crisis, basically. So there's a lot of things that resonate and I feel are like unfinished business. Like everyone was getting rich on the dot-com bubble and I went into the job market literally as things were popping. And then September the 11th happened. Yeah. So I resonate deeply with the struggles that Gen Z are going through now and my nephews, because I know what it's like to be in that sort of like moment of crisis. And similarly with the financial crisis, like as far as I'm concerned, that is totally unfinished business for me. Nobody went to jail, like really, nobody. And actually we've suffered all the consequences. And that is now why SPX for me feels like a second chance to try and address a lot of the reasons why I got into Bitcoin originally.
Right.
So that's kind of, I just wanted to make that comment basically.
It's hard to understate the effect of like growing up and seeing the world around you clearly failing. That has a profound effect, I think, on people, especially as you're younger and you're growing up and you're thinking about your future, you know, and thinking about like what your place is in the world. And yeah, I think Occupy Wall Street is like unfinished business. The 2008 crash is kind of just like insane. And there's never been a proper response to it. Yeah.
So I'll say that you're right about that. Unfinished business, there hasn't been a proper response, but I would just say, you know, all these things that happen that are the worst of the worst of the worst are the frameworks that get us to the best of the best of the best. Mm-hmm. So like, even though we went through this, even though these things happen, look how much we've learned. And there would be, like you said, there would be no SPX if there wasn't the financial crash of 2008 and 9. There'd be no Bitcoin, right? So understand that everything is a lesson. And if you can go through life and say, I am okay with whatever, then you're finally free. Right? So if you just understand that it's the lesson, like the crash was supposed to happen, you know, and then things evolve and grow from that. So I think if you can get to the point, and not many people can get there because they haven't had the experiences yet, but if you can get to the point where you can say to yourself, I'm okay with whatever, sickness, health, money, poor, love, no love, loneliness, habit people, if you can understand that everything is just a lesson, then you could be okay and you can get through it. And that's the way I try to live. So even though it was the worst financial thing and then the dot-com bubble, like you probably wouldn't be at SPX if it wasn't for that. You know, there might not be an SPX.
Yeah. Can I just respond to that?
Yeah. I love it.
Sorry. Because actually it is one of the reasons why I'm in SPX is because I want to support these guys go through that same growth basically, and that I have achieved a certain
and
level.
You can help them get through it.
A certain level of financial sovereignty for myself. And actually, like, you know, to go back to the point around, you know, exit liquidity, I actually am not in this really to massively improve my financial sovereignty today. I will not be satisfied until we've extracted and redistributed wealth from where it needs to be redistributed, not just onboard another layer of people like ourselves. We are not the exit liquidity. The financial system is the exit liquidity. So for me, that's why SPX appeals to me so much, because I feel like it's another chance to do that again for another generation. And I'm happy for other people to be.
So look how beautiful that is. So in order for him to get there and tell you guys that he's here for you, he had to feel the shit. And when you feel it and you understand, man, I'm not going to let that happen to Nick. I'm not going to let that happen to Slow. Like the only person that can understand that is the person who went through it. So it's the lesson.
Well, thanks. We're going to have to wrap it up, but it was awesome to hear from y'all. So give them a round of applause.
Good question, guys. I'm glad I was able to surprise you. Yeah, I'm so good. Time to drink more Aeon Ale. Yo, that was great. Yeah. Thanks. Those are great questions, man. You're awesome. That was awesome.
How many people? We got 3. So Eduardo, Saucy, and Patrice.
This mic seems to do less. Like this mic is break up.
Okay.
But this mic sounds worse.
Okay.
So, but anyways, I just noticed. Not important. Use whichever one.
And is this for me?
I'll turn off until I get everybody. So.
You're good. I know. It's all we're short guys.
I'll lower mine a little bit, bro.
Yeah, so we'll share this one. Just pass it back.
That sounds good.
Does it go down? There you go.
T minus 30 seconds. If the Aeons are here, they better be in their seats.
I'm gonna let it goes too high.
Yeah.
Oh, I can lower you.
Yeah.
That's
Pretty high.
You gotta sit on it. You
Yeah.
gotta put weight on it.
You got muscle.
There you go. That's better.
Man, just because I'm a probationary intern on Into the Cognosphere live stream, you guys don't think you gotta listen.
Damn.
Aeons are here in their seats. Thank you, thank you.
They got real quiet.
Okay, so for those of you that don't know me, I'm Useless or Useless Flame, probably better known as Blaze. That's kind of my arc into the Cognosphere, is coming in from a different community, deciding I'm an Aeon, and then putting the girl on and being present. And today we're here to have this panel on how to grow the movement. I guess I'm going to give the mic, let each one just introduce really quickly.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Eduardo Lima, or Lord of Meme Coins, whichever one. And yeah, happy to be here. Happy to be with all of you.
Hello, I'm Mr. The Juice or the Juice or Juice, whichever you prefer. From Los Angeles, California.
Hello, I'm Saucy, also known as Communications Operator of the Bronze Army.
All right, we're going to start with a pretty simple question. What's something every Aeon should be doing to grow the movement?
Contribute, in one word. I think it's hard to say something that everyone should be doing, because every individual is unique and everyone has a different background and has a different skill set, a different knowledge base. But I think the one word that is true for everyone is contribute, right? And it's different things for different people. But I think that you owe it to the movement, to the community, to give some part of your efforts. And maybe it's not every day, right? Because life can get in the way, but maybe it's every week, or maybe it's every month. Obviously, I think the most important thing is that you give of yourself.
I think the most important thing you could do is just show up, just like 1% Aeon, just doing 1% every day, showing up, and then when you show up, just people that normally don't come out, speak, everyone's listening, everyone's watching, and there's stories that people need to hear, that someone needs to hear them out, because it's gonna influence them to tell their story and help onboard more people. So I feel like just speaking up, showing up, and being yourself.
Agree with both of you guys, and I don't know if there's very much to add to that, except stepping outside your comfort zone. For instance, what I'm doing right now, stepping way outside of my comfort zone, speaking to people. So step outside your comfort zone, step into the cognosphere, and let's go.
Yeah, I guess I'll just add on contributing. I think it's one way that I kind of was able to find myself walking into the cognosphere further and further is thinking of the frame, how can I persist forever? So if you're constantly asking yourself, how can I persist forever? How can I persist in this community? It could be, for me at the start, it was contributing capital. So DCAing, that gave me a framework to say, okay, I'm going to be doing this for the foreseeable future. Now I need to think about in my life, how can I make it the case that I can continue to DCA? I need to take care of my obligations. I need to have a job. I can't quit my job. This kind of thinking is like, I find this frame, how can I persist forever, to be really powerful. And then, you know, some people come in and they just contribute right away with their energy and they don't have the capital. And that's actually a beautiful thing because that's a sacrifice. And I think in the end, like the network will find a way to take care of and grow those nodes. But it's a really beautiful thing. Okay, second question. What's something you would like to see more of to grow the movement? So it's a little bit different questions comes from.
So I think every time I take this mic, I'll have this underlying theme of art and creation. And so to answer your question, which I will, I think it's important to lay the foundation for what I want to keep kind of getting back to, which is this idea of creating and contributing. There's no great definition of art, but if you ask ChatGPT or if you just Google it, you'll get something along the lines of art is the intentional creation and arrangement of something that leads to an emotional or creative or beautiful or some sort of response in some body, right? And so in a sense, this conference is art, right? It's the intentional arrangement of something to create an emotional response out of someone. And so what do I want to see more of? It's really hard to say. Actually, it's not hard for me to say. I know what I like because I know what creates the best emotional response out of me. And it's something that I can't even create myself. It is Arcane Vault's videos. When I first got into this movement, I reached out to Murad and told him, I was like, hey, dude, like, you know, I'm really getting into SPX. Like, how can I learn more? And he sent me a link to a Google Drive. And he said, watch all these videos. That was it. And I watched all of them. And it truly did evoke an emotional response out of it, right? So I love to see more creative videos like that. But that's not like the be-all, end-all, right? Because there's podcasts, there's events, there's street art, there is Twitter posts, there is writings. There's so much. I think it's about that contributing and giving and creating. So yeah, that was a long-winded answer.
I think what I would like to see, whether you're a big ass Aeon or a little ass Aeon, that everyone has a voice here, and that I want everyone to feel comfortable enough to feel that they have a voice here, and that they and that we have more IRL events in the future, and people feel comfortable enough to come to them, that they feel comfortable enough to dox themselves, if so, for a time and place. And that I understand we're all bots, but we're all actually a really great group of people, great energy, and you can't fake this energy.
Thank you, Juice. So the question was, what would you like to see more to grow the movement? Is that correct?
More of, yeah.
More of? Okay. So what I would like to see is honestly more people on X Spaces talking to each other. That's how connection is being built and how it's being grown. I consider Juice here my guy. Like I've built up, like I'm obviously an introvert, And he started doing his X bases, I guess, like about a year ago, right? And it took me a while just to come up and speak to Juice. But I got up there finally. And it fostered trust and belief in one another. And I think that more Aeons need to show up on X space. It doesn't have to be X spaces. So that's just an example. It could be IRL. It could be local meetups, right? So I know, Jess, I think you're talking about starting like a Florida meetup, right? You and Grilly. So I think that needs to happen. So whether it's IRL, whether it's X spaces, whether it's YouTube, we all need to build more connection with one another. And I genuinely believe that will help grow the movement.
All right. Thanks, Aussie. You actually stole my answer. I think something like X spaces is like critical to like stirring the drink that is all the Aeons. Like we have some sweet tea and we put some sugar in that and we want it to mix and we want to increase like the strength of those connections between our nodes and our network. We want to feel like we're seen and we can express our authentic selves. And I think you'll find if you show up to something like Spaces, I only say Spaces because it's a platform where the distance where you're speaking from, it doesn't matter. So I can show up at 2 a.m. my time and hear the Aussies plus Dill, like just ripping it up on Spaces. And like, maybe I won't go to sleep that night. Maybe I won't go to sleep that night. So Spaces could be a detriment to your sleeping schedule. But I've never felt more a part of this movement, and this community than I do like participating in X Spaces. I highly recommend people to come show up to X Spaces. Y'all can clap. That's okay.
Spaces.
Okay. Should Aeons target a particular age demographic when onboarding new participants?
I think the obvious answer is probably no, but I'm going to try to present the, what's that called? Where you give like a devil's advocate answer. Yeah. My thought here is if you try targeting people within your age demographic, or you'll probably be able to communicate with them better. But there's a lot to be said about, like Nick demonstrated or talked about, going outside of your age demographic. He says he thinks he does best with boomers, and I don't doubt that for a second. And so it kind of gets back to the obvious answer. I think just kind of knowing your audience and getting a sense of, I think, as Nick said, kind of figuring out what matters to them, figuring out their story, and then figuring out, based off of the knowledge you have, you can connect with what's important to them.
I think no, because I think everyone deserves to hold SPX at whatever age you are.
Agreed. For instance, I just onboarded my dad. He's 80 years old, and I just round of applause. Let's go. So yeah, I mean, he understands the movement. He understands the struggle. He's a Vietnam War veteran, and obviously different era, but he understands the struggle that young Americans are feeling today, just in a different way. So he's on board. He wants to support our generation because he's a proud American, and not just a proud American, proud citizen of the world, and he wants to see the world to be better. So I showed him the documentary that STPC made, showed him a bunch of videos, and he's on board. So no is the answer.
Yeah, I think there's a sense in which the age demographic for SPX is human, and it's humans who are fed up with kind of this psychopathic operating system we have in society today, increase shareholder value at the expense of everything. I think there is something to be said that young people haven't had their chance at a financial vehicle to be able to find stability in their life. But if you actually conceptualize this battle or spiritual war that we're in as Boolean, like it's either all or nothing, it's either death or life, and I think you can make an argument for that kind of framework, then I certainly agree that, you know, all age demographics would be served by SPX. What role do you think in real life events play in growing our movement?
Let's start at that and then come this way.
Cool. Obviously very important. Man, just seeing everyone here, like everyone that I've been talking to for the past year and a half, meeting face to face is extremely important. So I'm hoping we can do more of it. You know, I live in Philly, so hopefully we can start up Northeast Philly, New York type of regional meet. I don't know, once every quarter or something like that. I just think it's massively important.
I think they're extremely important because I feel like they're validators. I've been I found SPX almost 2 years ago. I've been talking to people all around the world for about a year and a half. I flew from LA to Philly, got in a car with strangers, but I knew them and took a 12-hour drive down here because I felt like I've been talking to these people online almost sometimes every single day. So while they might have been strangers, I felt like I've known them. So
Segueing off of that and discussions that we're all familiar with the loneliness epidemic, right? I think it probably goes without saying that in this hyper-connected world, it's crazy that we can still move throughout our days and just feel alone. And, you know, even when you go to work, I think I said this in my interview with Southern Fried Chad, which is that I feel more in common with everyone in this room than I do people that I see and spend time with every day in the real world. Because there's things that I just can't talk to them about, or if I try to talk to them about, they don't, you know, want to hear it, whatever it may be. And so this is my version of real life of it. And it's, for anyone who hasn't gone to one, I think if you're watching this, you need to try to get to one. People have come from outside of the country, from Illinois, from Philadelphia, Delaware, very far away, to come here and connect and be in, you know, just the presence of other aliens. It's great.
Yeah, I think if you look at what our current society is like built to do, it's like to divide us, constantly divide us on every plane that you could imagine, political, many different ways, like having people in algorithm silos where they're getting radicalized because they simply aren't talking to the people that they think that they're angry at, who probably don't believe the things that they think that they believe, at least at scale. And I think that in real life events, it's kind of a trust signal at the advent of AI, right? So it's going to come a time pretty soon where you can like fake videos of people meeting, and having this record of we were here and expended that personal energy to come meet each other and be with each other, it's a very powerful counter signal of this constant division games that are being played on us. And also just the personal connections, like I'm gonna link up with people and like maybe you don't know what like fruits that will yield down the line. We're just talking about growing connections between our nodes and forming new connections. And I think it's, if you just visualize it as a network and we want to grow stronger, and it's really the trust between us is the thing that's important, and that we realize that we're all human. In real life events kind of serve that purpose.
May I actually go off what you said?
It just got me thinking, not the most technical person, but when we talk about Bitcoin and running a node, right? And you know, you connect with other nodes to update the state of the blockchain. And now there's things like what's that called? A lightning network, right? Where you actually have to have a certain degree of trust to open up a channel with someone, right? If SPX is a network that's driven by belief, when we come together like this, it's almost like my node touches your node and I enter into this like trusted lightning sort of signing with each other, right? And our nodes go back across the country, but the, I guess, again, I don't really know fully how it works, but my understanding is that I have a certain degree of liquidity that I'm allowed to transact with someone who I trust on the Lightning Network. Well, suddenly that faith and that belief with you has grown, right? And now it's not just a PFP, it's someone who is a face and a name, and the trust and belief just grows stronger. So that's, sorry.
Yeah, we feel like more connected. There's faces to the people in our network. It's not just the Aeon PFP, it's the juice, it's Saucy. We had that time at the, you know, the beer garden. We had a great time that night. And it just becomes these, it's like memories, like you're building these experiences and memories with each other. And that is essentially like what is the crux of life, is like spending your time and energy with and for the people you love. And you could look at SPX as trying to scale that idea across the population. Okay. What is the best way to grow the movement, and why is it figuring out ways to have fun?
What is the best way? Isn't that like the...
Yeah, it is figuring out ways to have fun. And I can't remember who I think it was you and I were talking about left brain, right brain before this all got started. Left brain being like the logic side, right? And right brain being the creative side. We know that's just a mythology. A doctor could probably speak to that a little bit more articulate. But what I'm trying to say here is having fun, creating, getting in touch with your childlike sort of sense of adventure and sense of creativity. You know, there are so many ways to create something. It could be as silly as making a TikTok. It could be something much more profound, like writing a treatise or writing a book, or orchestrating live events like this. But I just encourage everyone to sort of get in touch with the thing that it was when you were in elementary school that made you have fun, that you liked to do. Maybe it was drawing comics, maybe it was, you know, playing an instrument. Like, find a way to get in touch with the inner child and that right side of the brain to have fun.
I think that, what was the question? How could we grow?
What is the best way to grow the movement, and why is it figuring out ways to have fun?
I think the best way to grow the movement is, I have it like beat into my head because Dr. Jesse has kept saying it in spaces, just be positive. There's no reason to be negative. We're here to flip the stock market, and we're supposed to have fun the entire time. Like, we're doing something unbelievable, something that sounds so unattainable, but we could have fun every step of the way. Like it doesn't have to be that serious. Like be yourself, be a kid, whatever makes you feel comfortable enough to just fucking do it. Like, and just, yeah, as cliche as it sounds, be positive. Yeah, be positive. That's because if you're positive, someone might be having a bad fucking day, or someone might be having a really good day, but like all we could do is just stay positive. So I feel like that's all I could add to that.
To add on to that, be authentic.
Yes.
So be authentically yourself 6,900% of the time.
Yes.
So before SPX myself, I don't think I was having much fun. Had a lot of fun in my 20s. I'm 40 now, so early 30s, mid 30s, I kind of got stuck in this rut of work. I love my family, but just regular family life. And that was it. I lost my outlet for authenticity and for fun. SPX in the past year and a half has brought that back to life for me. So be authentic.
Isn't it interesting, like as we get older, further away from our birth, it's like you tend to have less and less fun. And like, it's really good to tap into that original source, like before you were told by the world who you were and how you had to conform and what the expectations were of you. And you could just be yourself effortlessly and have fun. And it wasn't hard. And you wanted to do it all the time, and you wanted to do it with your friends and family. I think that's kind of something that we have going on in SPX. There's a lot of people individual posting or memeing with each other and just figuring out creative, expressive, fun ways to communicate. But then there's also like the Bronze Army, which is a commitment to collective mimetic expression by having fun. So memeing because it's fun. Taking on the XRP army and declaring victory after they bought at a poll because it's fun.
Yeah.
And it works. And really it's just storytelling. So storytelling and creative authorship of the story in real time with your friends is incredibly fun. And it's how we can flip the stock market. That's all. Okay, this one might be a little bit of a mouthful. Should we focus on converting new movement participants, meaning like someone who just hears about SPX and invests capital into it, converting those new movement participants into Aeons? Or should we focus on finding new movement participants? And how would we balance those objectives?
Start down there.
Juice is
You want
starting.
to start? I think we should focus more on the people who haven't walked through the first door, which your first introduction to crypto is usually the casino, meme coins, and just having bad experiences from that. I feel like getting people that have no understanding to crypto or no understanding to just I think the biggest wall we face is like people don't understand money and how money works, and I feel like we have to help educate how money works and how communities work in this new age that we're headed to.
So I think it needs to be balanced, but I think having some knowledge of crypto does help. For instance, I'm the Facebook guy. I'm trying to spread the movement on Facebook, which is going pretty well. But one the main thing I see on Facebook in these groups on CoinMarketCap, everybody's still into the utility coins. And we've had some success exposing SPX to those people. You know, with our memes, with our artwork, with our videos. Not my videos, by the way. Shout out to all the video creators and meme makers. I'm just spreading the movement on Facebook. But I think we are gaining some traction with those folks, especially on Facebook. So I think that's all I have to add to that.
I don't know the answer. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd like to get more people. It's people who are not in the movement, getting them in the door versus people who are in the door, getting them to
Full-fledged Aeon.
full-fledged Aeon. And it's which one's more important.
Or how do we balance the objectives? What should we what would you want to see focused on? Like, yeah.
I think I want to see a focus on
both. If that can be an answer.
Yeah.
I think that you need more people at the bottom of the pyramid to sort of funnel up to belief, like further and further. But that just comes with time and narrative and persistent growth.
I think both is a good answer. I think it can be cyclical. So when we have these cycles, and Cal showed the flywheel, and there's a downturn and a pullback, and the people that were there that were opportunistic or not actually there to flip the stock market. I started as someone who wasn't there to flip the stock market. I started as someone who wanted to multiply their capital because I saw a world of AI that's going to enslave everyone, maybe, coming down the pipeline, and I wanted to get ahead of that. But I found myself on this journey to someone on the periphery, to someone who realizes that the mission is imperative and it's life or death, at least in my eyes, and then trying to walk further into the cognosphere. And so maybe it just plays out that the cyclical nature of price action creates the conditions under which it might be easier to filter and see who's actually here for the game, which is flipping the stock market, not here necessarily for a Lambo. Thank you. Okay, last question I have. How can we accelerate converting new movement participants towards becoming a full-fledged Aeon? And do you see anything that a full-fledged Aeon would need to understand or know or feel, or anything that you would want to see expressed that maybe you'd want to touch on?
So the question is how do we turn maybe holders into Aeons?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it goes back to connection. It goes back to participating on X Spaces, communicating with one another. I think that genuine human connection is the most important thing right now. And it's a thing that is severely lacking in today's world, and it's going to become more and more important and more valuable. So that's what we need to focus on. We do that through X Spaces, we do that through IRL, we do that through genuine human connection.
I would say throw yourself into the cognosphere.
Bingo.
Take a deep dive, spend 69 hours if you need to, or 69 days. Get to meet the Aeons, and plug yourself to the network that we're building. We're all connected here now, and we're building a network of engineers, doctors, some of the smartest minds in the world. And now I feel comfortable enough that I could reach out to Dr. Jesse, Dubbing, Saucy, Nick, just pretty much anyone, and feel comfortable enough to know that we see eye to eye, because the cognosphere is what brings us together. So I feel like, yeah, take a deep dive and just try to understand like what is going on and just meet everyone.
I can't follow up. That was the right answer.
Kind of on the side piece of that, I think what I would want Aeons to understand or to express is the system is broken, you know it, you feel it. I think that's like the core, because once you have that understanding, then you know that what we're doing is really important. There's no alternative. It's like centralization versus decentralization. And Bitcoin, in my view, at this point, isn't going to cut the decentralized counterbalance to the centralizing extraction that we have all lived through our entire lives. So I think that's my last question. If we can go to Q&A, if you want.
It's more of a question and a comment. It's more of a question and a comment, and something that's been bothering me. I'm glad I just got to know you, please. I would caution. There's a lot of gatekeeping that goes on in SPX, and since the whole conversation was about true Aeons and versus people that just come in for Lambo or blah, blah. When you organically get so big, and I'm glad that you told me your story because I didn't know that. Like, I would caution people to discourage these people that are coming in for Lambo and that are coming in for financial gain, and they don't understand what it's about yet. It's okay, because once you came in, it swallows you up. That's how big this energy is. So unfortunately, I think a lot of people get discouraged when they first come into SPS, because I've seen people attack, you're not here for the right reason, or you're here to make money. Okay, so what? He's here to make money, just like you were, and now you're up here hosting a panel. So I would just be cautious. Like, this is a community that accepts. The reason why it's so amazing is because you can be who you want to be, and you can learn for yourself, and you can, right? Like, I'm a surgeon. I've told the story 1,000 times. I could never talk about plant medicine with my colleagues. Some of them might try to take my license away, but like, it's the biggest part of my life. It allows me to do what I want to do, and it's so important to me. And I finally found people that I could be a surgeon and say, hey, you know what? I do ayahuasca. What do you think about that? So there are people that are coming in because it's crypto, all right? You can't take that away. It's crypto. And so I would just say, like, it's okay if people come in for the wrong reasons initially, unless they're trying to like steal or like, ask for donations when they're keeping the money for themselves, buddy, right? So, but you know what I'm saying? So like your panel host here came in for Lambo at the beginning, and he turned into an Aeon. There's nothing wrong with that. So don't kick these people out as soon as they come in. Don't discourage them. Welcome them. Be embracing to them, because you were saying, how can we get more people? We need those people. Okay, look how we are right now, right? Like, we're the biggest movement, and we're still, in the bear case. Okay, so welcome people in that might not understand schizo, that might not understand anime, that might not understand consciousness, that might not understand. They might only understand Lambo, and that's okay. Let them learn when they come in. Don't kick them out as soon as they come in. That's all I'll say. Pass the mic.
Jesse, thank you. I actually agree with you. I think it's maybe less about discouraging these people and more an understanding of like what we focus on and like where the kind of id of SPX is, and that it is to flip the stock market and not to extract from volatility. And those people will come and go, and they'll come and stay. So they'll come and stay like I stayed, or they'll come and go and then come and stay later. And it's when SPX comes to you and you see that it's the only option, in my view.
But
So
everybody has to see that for themselves at their own.
yes, they can't be told it. So I think we're in agreement. Yeah. Any other questions?
I have a question that is. So I partly agree with Jesse about the Aeon term, because that was a big part of my talk in Amsterdam, and I think we have to be very careful about labeling something distinctive from other members of the community, just more broadly. But I do think it is an interesting question to ask ourselves individually, what is aeonic behavior for everybody? So that was going to be my question to you guys, like what is showing up as an aeon or aeonic behavior for each one of you? With the caveat, we are not trying to define this. I think it's everybody to have their own interpretation. I'm just curious to hear everybody's interpretation.
Yeah, start.
Okay, can I start this one?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, actually, just because my answer is short for this, and I again, knowing that, who am I? You know, I can't define, but I think that it's the term "I love you," right? There's so much hate, there's so much animosity, there's so much, you know, people are hurting, truthfully, in this world for all sorts of reasons. And whenever you see it online, expressed in its worst forms, right, by people who are hiding those words, not only is it disarming, it's when people spew hate just to be told, I love you back, is kind of like, it's kind of a fuck you, in a weird way, but in a way of, look, there's something here, right? So that's it's good, but.
I think just being respectful, like it's as simple as that. Like being respectful and giving everyone a chance to. Everyone has their own opinion. No one opinion is going to be right or wrong. Just that's so.
Aeonic behavior to me is the belief that 6,900 is a greater number than 500. We're on a mission to flip the stock. That's it.
I think my answer is voting with the votes you have that are the only ones that matter, that you have available to you, which are energy and or maybe to a lesser extent capital. I think the energy is more important than the capital. And doing it because you want to flip the stock market, because you care about the world and you care about the people in the world, and you want to see humans thrive, not become essentially pigs in a pen.
Could I? Yeah, go ahead.
Juice wants to add.
I just want to add something else. I feel like aeonic behavior. I feel like just being helpful. I feel like we don't have a chance to be helpful, and like everyone just needs a helping hand. Just being helpful, just care enough to be helpful for someone. Just goes 1,000 miles.
Hey guys, so the one thing I was just thinking about, like the panel, it's how to grow the movement. And Blaze here, he just said the word vote. And that just reminded me of this thing I used to say. I said, every action that you take is a vote to the future that you want to see. And so whenever you're thinking about how should I grow this movement, just think about it. Like when you go to work and you're given your tax dollars and everything, getting your taxes taken away and all this stuff. You're going out consumerism, just spending money on just like the newest, fanciest things or whatever the case might be. Like you're voting for to grow that system versus, okay, what can I do for SPX today? And you guys were talking about contribute, giving some form of energy in the sense of a video, a post, or whatever the case might be. And every single time you do that, you are voting to grow and help the movement to achieve the goal that it's trying to achieve. So that's the way I'm going to articulate that right now. But I hope you get the big picture of what I'm trying to say right there. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're done. Give them a round of applause.
All of us.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Sorry for that.
Oh, okay. But
My name is Matt, but before I get started, I want to thank Chad for putting this whole thing together.
Southern Pride. Right here. Take your shirt off.
Hello. Hello, hello. Okay. Now we're good. Sorry. My fault. All right. All right. So we're good to go. All right. I'll say that again. Hi, my name is Manj. And honestly, it's an honor to be up here presenting at the SPX South Carolina conference. But full disclosure, I consider myself more of a storyteller than a PowerPoint pro. So I'll ask you to excuse the simplicity of my slides. But that being said, the title of my presentation is Movement Coins Save the Middle Class. So you're probably thinking, all right, dude, what the hell's a movement coin? Fair question. I promise I will get to that. But in order to truly understand what a movement coin is, we have to go back to where it all began. And that is the GameStop saga. We are about to go over one of the most important weeks in modern market history and one of the most blatant robberies of retail in the 21st century. It's January 2021. A group of retail investors on Reddit caught the hedge funds running a textbook scam. They had shorted more shares of GME than actually existed. This was first pointed out by a man named Keith Gill, aka Roaring Kitty, or DFD. And the world watched as he led a retail revolution. Following his lead, retail piled into GME. Price went vertical, 2,400% return in 4 weeks. Caught totally off guard, the hedge funds were facing complete annihilation. So the powers that be infamously turned off the buy button. Not paused, not throttled, turned off. Right in the middle of a trade, retail was actually winning. The little guy got robbed in broad daylight. Wall Street carried on like it was any other day. You see, for years, Wall Street had this quiet little racket going. Pile into shorts on a dying brand. Drive the sentiment into the ground with hit pieces and downgrades, harvest the corpse. They thought GameStop was going to be another easy kill. But what they didn't count on was millions of regular people on a Reddit forum
doing the one thing they prayed no one would ever do, the actual math. You see, the GameStop stock had 140% short interest. For context, 30% short interest is considered a stock that is highly likely to squeeze. 140%? That's not a trade. That's a scam. Now, Roaring Kitty spent an entire year explaining this very setup to anyone that would listen. And once the internet finally caught on, the apes, as they called themselves, they didn't just buy, they organized. The Wall Street Bets subreddit page went from 2 million users to 6 million in the month of January 2021 alone. 6 million retail investors organizing together. And for the first time, Wall Street found itself on the wrong side of a coordinated retail movement. But it was never just a trade to these guys. It was this realization that we didn't have to play by Wall Street's rules. In fact, we can make our own. Diamond hands meant you're not going to shake us out with fake news downgrades and bad faith CNBC hit pieces. Apes together strong meant if one of us is the target, all of us are the wall. To the moon became this war cry, right? It symbolized hope, defiance, and the dream of finally beating Wall Street at their own game. And for the first time in living memory, retail wasn't this herd to be slaughtered. They were actually a force the hedge funds had to fear, and they hated that. You see, when a group of suits in a Greenwich office coordinates, they call it a fund. But when your average Joe and Jane on Reddit coordinates, they call it market manipulation. Funny how that works, right? Same action, different rules. And we get to Robin Hood. Oh, Robin Hood. Named after the legendary English folk hero, the man that stole from the rich and gave to the poor. But here's the irony Wall Street doesn't want you to know. Robin Hood is the reason retail was ever even able to get into the door. But that was the same app they had been using for years to harvest small retail accounts through payment for order flow. Your free trades weren't free. Those trades would get sold to Citadel, who would see it before the market, trade against it, capture the spread, give Robinhood a kickback. Solid business plan. This worked wonders for the hedge funds for many years, until it didn't. Millions of people buying the same stock, not selling. The pipes that Wall Street had built to drain retail had turned into the artery feeding the squeeze. Robinhood's user data exploded. 13 million users in Q1 2021 alone. Average account size, $5,000. Make no mistake, this was retail building an army. Robinhood had this beautiful gamified UI. It enabled retail to one-click buy call options. On top of that, you could buy fractional shares, and then millions of stimulus checks hitting checking accounts at the same time. It was the perfect storm. Hedge funds helped write the rules, they helped build the system, and they still got blindsided by their own customers because of greed. Take a look at this chart. This is what happens when an entire generation of retail decides all at once to stop being prey. 2,400% return in 1 month. The MOAS, as they called it, the mother of all short squeezes. And remember, every dollar going up on this chart is a margin call going off in some hedge fund. Melvin Capital, the firm leading the short, reportedly lost $4.5 billion in 3 weeks. Now, Wall Street's response wasn't fair play, we lost. Oh no. Wall Street's response was, how do we make this stop? But to really understand what happened, you have to understand what a gamma squeeze is. And for some reason, this part of the story is almost always left out of the GME saga. And I would argue it's one of the most important parts of its success. You see, a gamma squeeze is this snowball effect where call option buys force a market maker to continue to buy the actual stock, to act as a hedge for the option order they just put on their books. This turned into a self-fueling buying machine as the stock price went parabolic. The gamma squeeze was the rocket fuel behind the GameStop run. Retail started buying truckloads of out-of-the-money call options. The dealers that took those option calls had no choice but to keep buying the stock to stay hedged on their books. Those buys increased the share price, which increases the options, which led to more apes buying more options, which forced the dealer to buy more stock. The higher the options went, the more the screenshots were plastered all over social media. TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, people losing their minds as they turned a couple $100 into 2,000, 10,000, 5,000, 50,000. So people kept buying options, turned into an option buying frenzy. By the end, market makers were buying millions of dollars worth of stock just to stay flat. And the price of GME went from $76 to $347 in just a few trading days. For the week ending January 28th expiration alone, 75% of the calls ended in the money. Pure panic ensues at the hedge funds. See, what this resulted in was this two-headed buying machine firing at the same time. You see, when you short a stock, it's the exact opposite of buying one mechanically, right? So when you buy a stock, the opening transaction is a buy. The closing transaction is a sell. But when you short a stock, the opening transaction is a sell, and the closing transaction is a buy. This is how a short squeeze works. So the hedge funds had short a ton of GME. When GME starts ripping, they have to close the positions. To exit, that means they have to buy. Each buy pushes the stock price up. And then you have the gamma squeeze, as I just explained. Retail buying so many option calls that market makers had to keep buying the stock to stay flat. Two separate buying mechanisms firing at the same time, all fueled by retail's relentless buying of GME. Now, neither of these flows was market manipulation like CNBC parroted to the world. No, no, no. The hedge funds dug their own grave by being greedy, and the math caught up with them. There we go. January 28th. This is a date that should be burned into the brain of every retail investor. It's pre-market. GME is ripping, heading towards $500 a share. The hedge funds are looking at total annihilation. And just as the apes are about to deliver the kill shot, the buy button disappears. Not just on Robinhood, on Webull, on Interactive Broker, and a half a other dozen platforms. All of them at the same time, on the same 5 tickers, the ones that retail was hammering the shorts on. They want you to believe this was a coincidence. It wasn't. This was the system protecting themselves. So why did the buy button disappear? So the official story is DTCC raised collateral requirement 10x overnight, demanding $3 billion from Robinhood. Robinhood didn't have the cash, even after raising $1 billion of rescue funds themselves. So they had no choice but to turn away new buys to lower the mandatory collateral. Sounds clean. Let's look at the actual receipts. Citadel, the same firm that had just bailed out Melvin Capital 2 days prior, happened to be one of Robinhood's largest paying customers. So the same firm that was losing the short trade was also cutting Robinhood's checks. And the buy button the one thing in the world that could kill the shorts for good, just so happens to disappear. They'll call that plumbing. Most of us call that a fix. So payment for order flow is this sneaky little system that made the whole free trading era possible. Your free trades weren't free. You were the product, which is why this GME shutoff still smells fishy to this day. You see, when you tapped buy on Robinhood, your order didn't go out to an exchange. It almost always went to Citadel, who saw it before the market did, traded against it, kept a spread, gave Robinhood a kickback. In 2020 alone, Robinhood made $687 million selling retail order flow. In Q1 2021, payment for order flow represented 43% of their revenue. Citadel specifically accounted for 142 million of that, flipping the spread on options and bonds. So when you turn off the only buyer in the market does exactly what they wanted it to. Falls apart. Stock drops 44% in a single day. Options vaporized, down 80 to 95% in minutes, never to come back. Paper millionaires, gone. Account balances people were looking at as miracles the day before, erased. Let's be clear about what happened. This was not the market correcting itself. This was a man-made collapse by the broker's own admission. They removed one side of the order book. Diamond hands didn't fail. The system failed them in more ways than one. Because then you have the company side. Now look, I'm not here to argue whether GME management did a good job of raising funds, but I'm going to point out some objective truths about the issuing of shares post the GME craze. One, the GME management has a fiduciary responsibility to its shareholders. Two, they raised the share count by 585%. $5.85 billion raised on the back of retail's bids. The one part that is a little fishy to me is GME managed to coordinate at the market sale of shares with the reemergence of Roaring Kitty years after the initial craze. So May 2024, Roaring Kitty returns back to the timeline after a 3-year hiatus. GME spikes 74% in a day. GME management issues 45 million shares, raises $993 million in the process. The following month, June 2024, while Roaring Kitty is literally streaming, management issues another 75 million shares at the market, raises $2.17 billion in the process. So not only was retail getting screwed by the system, from a dilution standpoint, they were getting screwed by the company they chose to fight the system with. So what did anyone do about this? Don't worry, Congress held hearings. Vlad, the CEO of Robinhood, was there. He said there was nothing we could do about it. Ken Griffin, the CEO of Citadel, was there. He said he had nothing to do with it. Robinhood CEO was there. He said, the Reddit CEO was there. He said nothing of substance. Roaring Kitty was there. He said he loves the stock. Legend. And then so many people went to jail. Just kidding. Nothing happened. No criminal charges, no clawbacks, no broker licenses pulled, no jail time. Even though the SEC's own report quietly admitted that the squeeze was completely organic from retail buying. Nothing happened. The only structural change that came out of this was T+1 settlement. And that was designed to make sure a collateral spike like this could never happen again, so they didn't have to do this in public. But here's the thing. You could bring back the buy button, but you can't bring back the trust. A whole generation of retail investors saw what happened. They know who cuts the checks, who cut the buy button off, who gets bailed out. But the next time, retail will do this on decentralized rails, and it'll be a home game. Now, I didn't come here just to explain the GME saga to you. But in order for you to truly understand the power of SPX 6900, you had to understand what happened to GameStop. Now, I did come here today to explain how I believe SPX 6900 is truly the evolution of GME and the movement coin that could save the middle class. So let's get into it. On its face, SPX 6900 is this satirical meme coin meant to parody the S&P 500, to openly mock the current financial system and the very vehicle we've been told is the key to wealth accumulation for the last 60 years. Index funds that mimic the S&P have become the default investment for retirement accounts, from 401ks to IRAs, annuities, you name it. You talk to a boomer, the S&P 500's all that they know. But to the younger generation, the truth is, post-2008 financial crisis, post-infinite money printing, post-COVID, post-blatant insider trading by higher-ups and politicians, to retail, this whole thing's starting to sound like a meme. I mean, how are you supposed to buy an asset that you've been completely priced out of when you haven't seen real wage growth in decades? Cost of goods continues to run away. I mean, your 2% yearly raise doesn't even come close to covering the inflation growth that we've seen over the last 6 years. Not to mention, the companies in the S&P 500 are owned and led by the very individuals who have constructed a system that is crushing the middle class. Now, SPX is a movement coin, not a meme coin. There's tens of millions of meme coins, and most of them are based off of random internet moments, whether it's a dog coin or a cat coin, 7 million. They all seem very similar, and they're all replaceable because they're virtually identical. This also encompasses coins pushed by known extractors called KOLs. It's a key opinion leader. Now, we won't get into KOLs because that's a whole other conversation. But the coins these guys push are almost all scams. They have no real relevance to retail outside of crypto. And they're actually the reason why most people found SPX, because people got sick of getting rugged by these KOLs and their coins. These coins have no real community. They're purely transactional, which means the holder base leaves after the price goes down. I mean, your typical life of a meme coin ranges from seconds to weeks. Insiders dump, outsiders hold it, ride it to zero, rinse, wash, repeat, over and over again. These coins do not have a persistent belief system, a digestible message, a lofty goal, and most importantly, they don't have a shared enemy to point their energy at. Now, a movement coin is the exact opposite of this, and it represents a 0.0001% of the meme coin space because they're truly unique. A movement coin is based on a genuine grievance or an ideology, and because of this, the holder base becomes evangelical to the mission. So one of the most important aspects of SPX is the mantra, there is no chart. Price is a lagging indicator when it comes to meme coins. And it's also very volatile and controlled by and it's dominated by macro forces that are outside of the community's control. So if your community's sentiment is based on price alone, it will fail 100% of the time, which is why most meme coins die. There is no chart has allowed the SPX community to remain euphoric through a bear market that has killed off most communities. But SPX, quite the opposite. We have had more Twitter spaces, podcasts, and live streams today than we did during the height of meme coins in 2024. Why? Because there is no chart. And the truth is, that's because we're here for the long haul. The chart is just noise, especially this early on in the journey. A stable and sustainable ideology is the foundation of any cryptocurrency. Bitcoin taught us that. Bitcoin maxis weren't looking at the chart in the early years. And that pure belief is what bootstrapped it into global relevancy as the years went on. Not focusing on the chart has let the community focus on the culture DCAing, expanding its reach to other platforms like Reddit, Instagram, TikTok, even Facebook. And even the communities that have managed to make it through this bear market the last year and a half have seen participation dwindle. All the while, SPX has been able to coordinate multiple IRL events across the globe, like the one we're at today. Now, GME was able to accomplish what it did with a singular face to the movement. Most of the holders were anonymous Reddit accounts. The SPX community continues to dox itself, standing behind the mission for the long term. Now, this matters, right? Because putting a face to the name will always make people more willing to participate and invest, as opposed to some random cartoon PFP telling you to do so. You trade in and out of tickers. You don't paper hand your friends. Trust between real humans is the rarest asset in crypto, which makes real community the ultimate utility. SPX is battle tested. We've been around for almost 3 years. This is a real community with real stories. I consider Cal one of my best friends, not just some internet friend. I mean, my children know who Cal is. My 5-year-old son would ask me to send videos to him and our other buddy Blue on the way to school every week. When Cal sadly lost his father this year, it was my son standing next to me in church when we lit a candle in his honor. And it was because my son wanted to make sure God saw Mr. Cal in heaven. Do you understand? I care about these people. These aren't internet friends. And that's because I know they're going to be a part of my life for a long time. Now, SPX has been through the highs and the lows. All the non-believers are gone. They left in the bear market. All that's left is the true diamond hands, and they continue to DCA as the supply gets decentralized. As you can see, whales only represent about 3.5% of the wallets in SPX. Instead, smaller wallets that are worth $100 to $10,000 represent 35% of the wallets. This is very similar to the retail army that GME established on Robinhood. The top 1,000 holders have been holding for 312 days. Now, mind you, that is in a market that has been mostly down. So this is data-backed belief. The supply is being absorbed by believers, like Maddox, who has DCA'd $1,000 a day for an entire year. We are not trading SPX6900. We are investing in it. And Maddox isn't alone. There's hundreds of Aeons that DCA every day, whether it's $1, $5, $20. The amount doesn't matter, it's the action. You see, in crypto, a lot of people have it all wrong. You don't win a marathon by sprinting out of the gate. This is not a race to send the price as high as you can, as fast as you can. No, this is a race to collect all the coins. That's how you win forever. IRL events are a leading indicator, not a lagging one like price. BTC infamously was having IRL events back in the early days of 2012, 2014, with just a handful of people in attendance. But then you fast forward to the BTC conference in Miami in 2021, it was booming. Price action followed. Same could be said about Ethereum. Ethereum did ETH Denver in the 2018 bear. Price followed. Solana in the 2022 bear with Solana hacker houses. Price followed. But now, it's only SPX6900 and Bitcoin that have been able to organize IRL events without VC backing, without a board of suits calling the shots and cutting the checks. Completely decentralized and community-driven. GME proved that retail can move price against the most sophisticated investors on earth by being coordinated, leaderless, and motivated by belief rather than fundamentals. But GME was a US-based retail revolt because GME was a US-based equity, which meant that in order to buy it, you had to have a US brokerage account. So that means that the entire revolution was fought by one country's retail, while the rest of the world watched from the sidelines. But make no mistake, the world felt the energy. They would have participated if they could, They resonated with the message. The system was broken and we know it. SPX6900 is global, with holders in over 100 countries on a market that never closes. There is no SEC jurisdiction over the token. There is no domestic-only access, no broker standing between you and your ownership. Anyone with a wallet and an internet connection is a potential holder in any nation on Earth. And we have spent nearly 3 years spreading the message across the globe that we are going to flip the stock market. What you see here is just the beginning, the seeds being planted. The addressable audience isn't tens of millions of US brokerage accounts, but the low-hanging fruit is actually the global crypto population, which has crossed 740 million people in 2025, up 12% for the year and still rising. Adoption is now mainstream in developed countries. 1 in 4 adults own crypto in places like the UK and Singapore, around 22% in the United States. Forgot what, oh, there it is. The infrastructure to onboard the next wave is literally in our pockets, right? But the total addressable market for SPX encompasses far more than just crypto participants. It's anyone that resonates with the message, that feels disenfranchised by this system that has broken the middle class across the globe. GME was the spark, a national uprising with a national ceiling. SPX is the same fire without the walls. Global, permissionless, dilution-proof, and impossible to switch off. There will never be a surprise at-the-money offering that dilutes believers into irrelevance. What you see is what there is. 1 billion coins minted, 6.9% of supply burnt forever, 931 million coins fixed. If American retail could send GME to $483 a share, a borderless version of this doesn't have higher ceilings. It has no ceilings at all. GME taught us another valuable lesson, that if you hold a stock in your brokerage account, you don't actually own it, you own a claim to it. And that matters because your broker could go lend those shares out to short sellers who are betting against the very company that you believe in. SPX, so why GME holders always preach DRSing was for this reason. Direct registration of your shares with computer share. Transfer agent pulls them out of the system, puts them in your own name. There you go. Can't be left out. Can't be lent out. Full stop. SPX holders have been preaching to cold storage your coins for nearly 3 years now for the same reason. Crypto has the same problem with a different name. Exchanges could do the same thing, right? Like exchanges hold the keys, not your coins. So, and exchanges will do the same thing brokers do, right? If you, they'll lend out they'll lend out deposits, rehypothecate them. We saw this with FTX and Celsius. So moving your coins to a hardware wallet is essentially the crypto version of DRSing your shares. But the difference is moving to cold storage is almost instant and basically is free. DRSing was, I don't know if anyone did it, it was a nightmare. It included forms, a transfer agent, weeks of processing. But this gets me to my next point, which I think is the most important one. GME holders constantly spoke about the MOAS, the mother of all short squeezes, when describing GameStop. But here's the truth. A short squeeze in TradFi typically produces an intense pump and then a fall off because it's not sustainable. The shorts cover, the catalyst unwinds, and then the gamma squeeze unwinds. But even when they do work, the company being squeezed issues shares at the money to raise cash, and then you get diluted out anyway. Now, retail usually buys the top of that, institutions exit, and then either enter new shorts at the top, but either way, retail gets left holding the bag. People don't like to talk about how much money retail lost on GME. Now, a supply squeeze is completely different. SPX circular supply has continued to shrink month over month as diamond hands continue to DCA and remove the coins off of exchanges into cold storage. Oh my God. This deflationary mechanics turns a growing demand into a sustainable accelerating parabola, right? No shorts to cover means there is no ceiling. No need for a gamma squeeze to prop up the chart. You see, shorting a stock is you borrow time. A supply squeeze, you run out of sellers. This is the real MOAVs. And I'm not just saying that there's a supply squeeze. That's one of the best things about crypto, right? You could just check the on-chain data. So this is a supply squeeze composite chart. This chart measures how tightly coiled an asset's supply is. Now, every major asset starts at 100% free float, and then it grinds down as coins get locked up by long-term holders. A reading near 0% means that the holders of the coin have not traded any recently, and the small amount that has been traded is very low. Meaning if a new buyer steps in, there's very little float for them to absorb, so the price will move dramatically off of just a small purchase. Now, nearing 100% at the top is the opposite. That means that supply is constantly changing hands in a large dollar denomination float. Price doesn't really move as you buy. The squeeze thesis is that a low supply squeeze composite can produce violent upside moves. And that's because the float is so thin while supply is being hoarded by believers. So all it takes is a small increase in demand to send the price up disproportionately. Hang on. This is a Matt Beck slide that we did 2 days ago. So I can't even, oh my God. All right. Yeah, okay. So GME walked so SPX6900 could run. But the feeling behind GME never died, and I would argue it only got stronger as the system continues to crush the middle class. The gap between the have and the have-nots continues to increase. It's very clear that this system is rigged against the little guy. Nothing scares the establishment more than an ideology that unites across class lines, that transcends generations, races, religions, and geography. This is a global movement for the people, by the people. No one is coming to save us, but inherently that means no one's coming to stop us either. SPX6900 is going to coordinate and execute the greatest transfer of wealth from the elites back to the middle class that humanity has ever seen. So the only question I have for you is, are you ready to flip the stock market? Thank you. Where did the mouse go? There's so much on this slide I couldn't see, and I don't know where the mouse is. That fucking sucks.
Huh? Yeah, the AI one.
Good job, Ron.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Oh yeah, you're a bit behind time-wise. Okay. You need a hand with that? Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Let's just try to use this.
Yeah, because the other one keeps dropping out for some reason. Yeah, I was trying to work out whether it was distance away or whether it's battery or, yeah, it was a bit random. Normally it starts doing that when the battery's low, but I didn't think it was. Yeah. No. Hey man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, is mine on? Yeah, it's on.
It's all right.
Who else is up here? Cal. Looks like he's queuing for the restroom. Huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. That's the only thing. That was going to be one of my, like, if I had answered that question, what do we need more of? It's like girls. Really, women. We've got to break out of the male crypto bubble. In fact,
There's definitely more girls that would show up at another conference.
And we've got a lot more girls in than your typical coin, right?
Yeah,
so
sure.
actually, by crypto standards, we're already doing well. But
yeah, definitely.
I wonder how we could get Mang's presentation in particular in front of enough GME, ex-GME people, because that would really be a great onboarding tool.
We're definitely going to split them all up. So
Yeah.
We're just share with Mike.
Other ones that kind of busted. Cool. Sounds good. Do you want me to change to the thing, or you don't care? We can look at it. If there was ever a chart, this is a pretty good one. I think it's whatever. Let's just keep it. We're behind time.
There is no chart, though.
There is no
True.
chart.
We're gonna start the panel in like 1 minute, so feel free to stand up and do whatever, just quiet down. Thank you. We're a little behind schedule.
So you want me to just get started? Okay. All right, you geniuses, we feeling good?
Feeling
Yeah,
good.
let's
Feeling
do it.
good.
Nice, nice.
Hope he doesn't stump us.
Just pull some shit out of my ass,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
That's what these are.
Normally, I'm better at doing that than just talking, respond. But let's see.
I mean, these are just conversations.
Yeah,
basically,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So-
yeah.
Okay, cool, cool.
No, I know. Is there anybody else? Is it just us three? You're asking the questions and answering as well?
I think Taylor was supposed to be here too. Taylor
Scarborough?
Scarborough, like sidewalk
Right,
something.
okay.
I don't remember her full handle, but I think it's just. I guess it's just us. I can sit. I guess. I haven't looked at these questions
Maybe
in
If we
quite
really
some
want
time.
to,
So.
we can open it up to the floor.
Yeah,
If we
no.
really
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think it's good.
We're live. Oh. Oh, I mean,
Oh, oops.
for.
I kind of assumed that we were
What we
actually.
really think about Murad?
Sure, there'll be some, piss taking in the chat. That's just given
The
standard.
piss must be taken. I saw it. I want to give a quick shout out to Jordan Riz. I saw this man woke up at 1:20 a.m.
Oh,
Huge shout out. Yeah. He was like, it's dark outside. I was like, that makes sense. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think it ever gets dark here. It's just bright until like 10 p.m. this.
That's how it is in Europe.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. So we've got a panel here on AI. We've got a couple AI geniuses up here. We're going to answer some questions. So I'm going to ask the questions. We just heard that movement coins could save the middle class. What do you think the middle class can do to use AI to not be subverted by it? So I'll start with you, Doug.
To not be subverted by AI. I think the first thing is really having some awareness about, first of all, who's making these models. And obviously, predominantly the ones that most of us are using are being built by Silicon Valley. And those guys hold certain ideologies and values. Some of them actually that I would agree with, some of them that I might be a little bit dystopian to other parts of the world. So I think it's just in the same way that one of the thoughts I've just been having recently is that as well as the enemy being TradFi, the enemy is the algo. And I think we have to also recognize that these large language models are absorbing a lot of the things that are also the enemy that I think that we're rebelling against. So I'd say first and foremost is awareness. I mean, I don't want to jump into too many other threads that maybe we'll explore in some of the questions, but I do think that everybody, just in the way we've just been talking about self-custody, and I think this is going to be a big discussion point in AI, is people being more sovereign over the models that they're running and running inference and models at home on consumer hardware, which I do think will come increasingly down the line, is also going to be another way. So when we start seeing those innovations being just like with people in the Bitcoin community that would talk about running your own node, I think it is going to be very important that people have an awareness of being sovereign over their own compute and inference.
Yeah, quickly for a background. So I'm Tony, for those of you that don't know me. I'm a software engineer in the Bay Area. And although I'm not directly working on the AI models, I'm definitely exposed just in that close proximity to using all these tools in like a daily, day-to-day basis. Going back to Cal's question, so how can the middle class use AI to empower themselves? I definitely think that we shouldn't view AI as some sort of completely negative tool where we just wave the white flag and say, okay, this is too sophisticated for me, let me not try to learn this. I think that would be the completely wrong mindset. Everyone should try to do something in their power to learn AI, to stay with the current times, right? And that being said, what is AI? AI is a tool that fundamentally gives us access to all the different domains of knowledge at our fingertips that we've never had before. And, you know, this is incredibly powerful. Back in the day, this would be something that was reserved for people, super high net worth individuals, or those who were very highly involved in academia. So I think, yeah, just firstly, we should have an open mindset that AI is not completely negative, and we should still leverage it in whatever we do.
Yeah, I'd just add to that quickly as well, and I'm very much of the same belief. It is one of these classic force multiplier kind of tools, and I do think that there is a window right now where a lot of people can use it for their own and for their own gain in a way that actually can level them up against what maybe the current establishment forces are. So there is that window, and in fact, you're starting to see that the powers that be are now starting to worry that we're putting too much hands into the hands of people we don't want with the power, because it actually threatens their control. So I am also generally, I can see a lot of very dystopian scenarios and a lot of very positive ones. I don't think that we should just become Luddites and basically reject it entirely. I think we've got to find ways that we can use it for ourselves. And I do think already you see how much in the SPS community, sometimes controversially or sloppily, but sometimes amazingly. I hope some people like some of my content that I put out, we can use it to really spread the movement.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. I think I would just echo the point that AI is just leverage. Like if you think about what you can accomplish in a day, it's probably somewhere between 3 and 10x is what you can accomplish in a day. So yeah, I mean, and I guess same to your point you just had, Dubbing. Like I put out that Giga Chad Murad versus like Virgin Sailor meme the other day, and I mean I made part of it to make the Giga Chad, Murad the Giga Chad, and I had to make Sailor look like the meme archetype of the Virgin guy. But so I think like with anything, you just have to refine your taste in it and how you deploy it. But I mean, it's a hard question of how the middle class can actually use it at scale. I think something like this is one of the only methods that would actually work. And we're seeing if it works in practice. Okay, my next question is, AI has displaced 6 figures of white collar jobs, like 140K or so in the first 5 months of this year. What do you think these displaced workers can do, if anything, to combat this? It's a big question.
I think this is one that I don't really have a solid feel for yet. Because I think with all technology revolutions, there comes a lot of disruption, you know, that's the mantra of Silicon Valley. And then that creates new markets as well in the process, and maybe new types of jobs. You know, nobody thought that being a YouTuber could be a viable career 30 years ago. And now there's, you know, that must be hundreds of billions and perhaps in that industry alone already. So I think what's scaring people about AI is the pace of change and how quickly it's happening. And that maybe we can't adapt quickly enough to this particular revolution. But even, you know, I'm somewhat a little bit skeptical about the numbers at the moment as well. And actually there have been some numbers published recently. I think it was Anthony Pompanea actually was put this out, and it was a story going around. Actually, there was a lot of like new demand for software engineers, for example. So, and that is counter to the big AI narrative that's going to put all software engineers out of work. So I'm not sure what we can do at the moment other than the obvious, which is, you know, learn the tools, you know, play with these things, see how you can use it to aid in the work that you're doing today, see what its strengths and weaknesses are, all of those kind of things. Because anybody, and it's a classic thing, when there's this much uncertainty and disruption, anybody that is going to make accurate predictions of the future and is certain of them is probably, you know, either just blatantly lying to you or is deluding themselves. So I don't think I'm going to stick my neck out on this one too much.
Yeah, totally echo those same sentiments. And I'll give a few examples of just what I'm seeing on the ground here, both within my company and some of the neighboring big tech companies. I think, yes, maybe some companies are cutting some developers in favor of using AI to accomplish those tasks. But this might be at some smaller tech companies where the code base is smaller. The work required to make these changes is less complex. So in those cases, yes, maybe some companies can afford to cut these engineers, PM, UX. But I think at larger companies where the code base is a lot more legacy, a lot more complex, these are things that the coding agent still can't really go in and make the change completely autonomously. There still needs to be people to manage these agents and go and evaluate and verify all the changes. So I think, yes, people are getting cut from certain positions, but those might be moving to other roles, right, within the same domain of even just like web developer. Another thing I'll say is if you do get displaced, right, like if some of these companies are laying off, which, you know, Meta has laid off a couple thousand in the past couple of months, which is unfortunate. But there are definitely new openings in more specialized fields, but you might have to take some time to pick up these new skills, whether it be hardware engineering for robotics, whether it be more low-level compiler stuff where you're optimizing the GPU for LLM training, LLM inference. These things, you won't be able to learn them overnight, but these are the new kind of roles that might appear where the other ones are getting phased out. So I think, yeah, you should take the time to use the LLMs to learn these new skills and better equip yourself for future positions.
I'm going to add another little thing on top of it, because my nephew has just graduated from college and a computer science degree, and like one of those areas that is like supposedly most under threat. Yet I think his experience using AI during his degree makes him uniquely placed to actually be one of the early adopters. And furthermore, like the thing that I realized through my own use, and I think for people like him, he won't do the same kind of work in his career that I did, which was at a lower level of abstraction. And the engineers that were back in the day writing operating systems for mainframes were a lower level of abstraction again. And he's going to probably be playing at a level that typically maybe would have had product managers in the tech world, and thinking a lot more about what is it that I want to build and why do I want to build it, rather than how to build it, because that will be done by AI. And I think that will probably happen in quite a lot of industries where it's basically knowledge work, is like people will be operating at another level up the abstraction layer.
Yeah, I would agree with, I mean, first of all, sorry, this is a trick question, trapdoor question. But I would agree with all of that. I think to Tony's point too, like anyone who's worked in a massive company, who's infiltrated the 500, you understand that these things are quite complex, and there are a lot of rules that are kind of sugar-coaty, but at the same time, it's not very easy. There's a lot of information asymmetry and friction with like teaching these new systems or people how to like do these things, and there's a lot that can go wrong. And these companies are very rich, and like it makes sense for them to deploy someone as like a steward of the AI to protect like their most valuable asset, which is their internal information. I'm slightly less doomer with all of this. Like I do think there's a world where, you know, our kids are like, you just went to like a job you hated to like click buttons 5 times a day, and you were there for 45 hours a week. Like that's insane. I think that is a legitimate possibility, but certainly for sure, like valueless work where you just show up and you make 70K and it's just like a routine motion is going away. But I don't think that has to all be bad, because it's like, no, it's a system nobody's really winning it. I have no solution though. Yeah. So my next question is, how are you kind of individually using AI, and how do you think that Aeons can use AI like effectively? I guess maybe Tony, I'll start with you this time.
Yeah, I think I'll split this answer up into 2 parts. One for how you can use it within the SPX community, and how you can also use AI for your own personal, whether it's career, whether it's your other goals outside of SPX. So I guess I'll start with SPX. Well, for any sort of pursuit you want to do within SPX, whether it be the content, the entertainment, marketing, and any sort of stuff, creating content, all of this is using AI to leverage the amount of work you can do, right? As Cal said. And you shouldn't just limit yourself to the domains that you already know. This is an opportunity to go outside your comfort zone, right? As other people have mentioned on the panel, to pick up new skills also, to do things for the community. This is kind of like a whole playground. This community is a playground for you to develop new skills. I know some people weren't developers before coming into the community, and they've used LLMs to help them create some useful resources and sites. A lot of people weren't comfortable with podcasting, right? But they help use AI to generate scripts and just equip themselves with more knowledge, and to be more fluent in speaking about whatever topics. I think this also applies with your personal life too. Using AI to just learn new things, really. Yeah.
I mean, it would be easy to answer what I don't use AI for than what I do use it for at the moment. And my girlfriend actually is even more insane. Like the amount of things that she tries to use AI for, which I kind of like look at it like, come on, why would ChatGPT or whatever know about that? And actually, sure enough, it ends up being a massive boom for her to like basically execute, you know, whatever it is that she's working on. The thing that instantly came to me though is that where it breaks down for me is it's amazing at generalized knowledge, generalized execution, and things where you need domain expertise that you don't know how to do that thing. For example, as I like shared with the community when I was on Chad's podcast, I used AI to learn video editing tooling in a way that I could just never have done in the same speed that I did it. I didn't create any videos before I was in the meme coin space. So that's one superpower that it has. However, in terms of like expressing me individually, it's absolutely shit, right? So that would be like what I say AI cannot do. It cannot express what is uniquely you and express your soul. So it's very bad at helping me come up with creative ideas for videos that are generally good or funny. It might help me explore a domain. And similarly, like when I did my talk for Amsterdam, I used it heavily to have a conversation back and forth and test my ideas. But getting it to actually write in my own voice and how I would sound, it's awful. And that's when we get into the kind of AI slop kind of world where it's just, you can tell it's got no soul in it. So it's very, I use it for everything, but at the same time, I know it can't really share my unique soul. And I think, you know, when Jesse did his talk at Amsterdam, I invite you to watch that. That really summarizes everything that it can't do. Yeah.
Yes, super well said. The no soul thing is super. It's kind of just like a constant, well, actually guy that's just right all the time. So I use it for like logic debates. Like I'll write something and I'll be like find the flaws in this. You know, like for instance, my presentation for this, I went through many turns of it. Like, you know, pretend you're on the other side of this and it's a debate. Like find the holes in the story and then try to piece it together. And then obviously, like you have to reject some of its ideas because it'll just find things for no reason to latch onto. But I think it's very useful for helping you ideate stuff and make things, but it's not great at like coming up with the idea in my experience. So to your point about the soul stuff and Jesse's proof of human presentation, I think that's very true. And like, yeah, I mean, it's really an amplifier. So use it to like bring out I use it for Flip the Stock Market, for instance, for the podcast. Like I will have it select things from the transcript that are extra interesting, and then I gauge it. And so it's just, I use it like a little employee, you know, and I just kind of deploy it on stuff like that. Yeah, I think the only thing I would say as it pertains to the cognosphere is perception is reality, optics are reality, you know, like, I mean, slop is like a subjective thing, but generally, I think we should all be aware of how we're perceived when we push some of these things out and how that makes SPX look. So I think just making sure that it's not something that you just single prompt grok and then just ship it out to the world is important. Okay. My next question is, so Schelling points and like these technological revolutions, these used to take generations. I think Jesse said earlier that the transition from horses to cars, which is hilarious, I didn't know this, took like 30, 40 years, something like that. These things are happening faster and faster. Even SPX just formed less than 3 years ago. Do you think that this trend will continue, or do you think that humans are reaching their capacity for their ability to like ingest these new technologies and ideas? Either of you want to start. Sorry, these are so beefy.
That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, this is one of the things about this as a technological revolution that I myself, as somebody who's been a technologist my entire life pretty much, and like I had a computer in my hand at the age of 7 and I've not stopped since, is the one that I felt for the first time that it hasn't been possible for me to keep on top of everything in a way that I feel satisfied with. And actually, even if you listen to the top people in AI, they feel that way. For example, you know, how they're working with AI. And in fact, Naval Ravikant, if you know who he is, he made the decision that it's actually pointless him trying to learn the next latest prompting workflow because AI is getting better quicker than he can learn how to adopt the technology himself. And then the current method is already obsolete before he's got good at it. So that does raise some interesting questions with this one. Will we reach some kind of omega point with it where, you know, it will just be the, you know, ASI thing and we'll just interact with it? And I don't know. And I think that's one of the really interesting parts of this. However, that said, I think there are already some signs that as much as this technology has been onboarded and onboarded not only within industry, but also to retail or normal people in an unprecedented way, we are already starting to see some signs. For example, I don't know whether you saw in the news recently that a lot of like the big tech companies were cutting their basically budgets for using AI because they were burning through so many tokens and burning through them unproductively. So that like indicates to me that whilst it has been adopted very rapidly, maybe the actual productivity gains are still going to take some years to really like bed in. Yes, clearly they are making developers more productive, but a famous thing in the tech world is lines of code does not equal productivity and value. So I think I'm still, you know, a little bit the jury's out. It does feel a little bit different because it is fast. And can humans adapt to this one? I mean, that is our one greatest skill. So I'm still have a little bit of optimism in me. And I do think it is going to lead us to a renaissance or in other areas. It's going to take us actually away from the screens, hopefully, because we don't, there isn't so much value for us to be there anymore. So.
Tony, you ready? Or you want me to-
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you're good. You're good. I saw the gears turn.
Yeah. Good question. I think, I mean, obviously in the long term, we know that AI is going to raise the floor of quality of living for everyone, right? Like maybe the average person in a third world country right now doesn't really have as good access as we do to internet, technology, food, clean water, right? So with AI and all this sort of new abundance that gets created, like the price of producing these things should be cheaper. And so that's something that we should look forward to with AI. But yeah, in the short term, AI will inevitably cause some displacement of jobs, as we've already seen a little bit. And this is kind of why SPX is designing itself to be like a social network where people can rely on other people, just as like even a career network, as a referral network, or you know, these connections will be pretty important long term, not just career, but even socially for this sort of mental support. So I think that it's a huge reason why we should want to invest in this community, want to invest in building these relationships, want to invest in coming to these in-person events to build that social graph up, because it doesn't come from just sitting around and doing nothing.
Yeah. I think one of the interesting things is, like, in theory, AI should accelerate everything by like 100,000x. And I mean, not immediately, but exponentially over time. And so I do think we'll reach a point where, like, how could you possibly keep up with what's happening? It's already kind of happened, but you know, if the trajectory is any indication, like, we will just not be able to tell what's happening. But I actually think that this could provide some relief for people, because there are many people over the last 20 years who got fascinated with the internet and just have taken on this role of trying to, like, keep up with everything happening as a result. And it's not exactly healthy, and it's certainly not human nature, and it's impossible. And so I think that there could actually be a point where people are forced to wave their white flag, because what's the alternative? Like, you just can't ingest all the information. It's impossible. So I don't know. maybe that's somewhat of an optimistic take, but I think it could help in that regard. And then naturally, like the important information will get to you via trusted networks like the one we're in. Okay. My next question is, which one was I going to ask next? Oh, what's a contrarian take you have about AI that maybe the rest of the room would agree on, but you disagree with? And I guess I'll start with this one. Just give you guys some relief. Like, I actually think that AI killing like the middle ground for a lot of, not the middle class, just to be clear, like the middle ground of a lot of this like labor and stuff like this that is not really value accretive, but it's just existed for a long time. And so we still have it. I think that presuming that there's not like massive economic inequality on the other side of it, we find some sort of balance as a society. I think that will be like a huge net positive, because I think there's a lot of time spent on things that is just not a good use of human life. Nor do the humans that are doing it enjoy it. And I think that getting rid of a lot of those systems will end up being a good thing. And AI is kind of like robotics too, I guess, is like the acceleratory vehicle to force this change, because right now, like the opportunity cost is not that high, but eventually it will be. And, you know, hopefully there's a world where people don't spend the majority of their life like behind a fucking kiosk or something. Like, that's crazy to me. Gentlemen?
Do you have anything?
Sure,
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally echo your point, Cal. I think a really good book that echoes that is Bullshit Job by David Graeber. Let's cut out the people that are just relaying information back up and back down, right, to the different levels, and focus more on building things. As far as contrarian takes, I'll say that let's play out this AI future where robots can do everything that we want them to do, and it frees up all of our time. I think let's say you have a robot that does all your cleaning, cooks the food for you, takes care of kids, pets.
Right.
It's raining so hard out here in South Carolina. Even in a world like this where there's abundance and everything's taken care of, there'll still be hierarchy and different levels of experience, because human nature is just people want to compare themselves to others, right? So even if you have all of your base needs met, you'll go on social media, you'll see your neighbor has XYZ while you only have X, right? You'll feel that it's unfair. And so I think currency still matters, even in a world where abundance is everywhere and you have food, shelter, internet, tokens, all the tokens you want to use. So what Elon usually says is, once we get to this state of ultimate abundance and robots can do everything, we won't need to worry anymore. But I think there'll be new higher order problems that we need to think about. Maybe emotional problems, mental problems that continue to get worse and worse, because the people with the existing capital will have access to better experiences, better shows, better geography, better access to events and whatnot, right? So scarcity will always be there in the world for these kinds of things.
I don't think I can think of any real sort of contrarian takes, but I do think there are some very interesting dynamics that are surprising me so far. Like, for example, one would be that actually China is really like leading in creating open source models, and open source models are the thing that I think we really need as a world to be a counterweight to like big tech. And that is something that maybe people didn't expect. And maybe it's not great that basically like our freedom and sovereignty is in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. But so that's one thing I would throw out there. Another thing that maybe is like, I think we're already reaching, which is going to like, maybe, I hope this isn't triggering, but I think we're already reaching the point where models are actually already more powerful than they need to be for the 95% of users, basically. Like, you know, when I was telling my girlfriend about Mythos and Fable coming out and how they'd like pulled it off the market. And she was like, oh, well, I need that access to that model. Like, when am I going to, you know, like, because she is a super user in her own way. And I just said to her, actually, there isn't anything that I think you could ask that model to do particularly right now that you couldn't already get out of the existing models. And even I would say probably a lot of the work that I want to get out of the models, I won't need that kind of level. So that's probably something just to keep an eye on. And actually some of the open source models have already reached the level of equivalent of Claude Opus. So there are some things that we're going to see play out where, you know, countries like the States are going to see them as national security issues, but maybe that doesn't matter for the sovereignty that we need to do, you know, for our community or in our everyday lives. What was the other thing I was going to say? It was around, no, it slipped my mind. I'll pass over to you. It might come back.
No worries. Yeah, I think one last thing I would add is that while I do think that, like, for instance, like the Murad thesis from Amsterdam about AI could certainly happen, and in fact could even be probable, I'm less convinced that like basically elites like to be elites, in that like they do not want to not have a peasant class. You know what I mean? Sociologically, like they enjoy being on top of the food chain, and therefore you'd want to preserve at least some form of the food chain. So I think like while a lot of these things are kind of scary to talk about, like AI and robotics, and like do we need people, and like the you know, birthing rates and things like this, like if in theory, let's say the human population shrinks by half and we have 4 billion people, but like prosperity and general access to opportunity is like 3, 4, 5x, like I wouldn't necessarily say that's a bad thing. So I don't know, maybe that's a little controversial, but
I remember the thing that I wanted to say, and it related a little bit about, you know, getting rid of all the menial jobs. I do think that one of the reasons why we're in the state that we are today on a lot of like things in the world and things being shit is enough people haven't been asking the question, why am I here and why am I doing things? And AI is accelerating us towards asking that question. So I think, as Jesse sort of like said, every bad thing like may lead to an awakening on the other side. I do see a lot of the potential dystopian aspects of AI, and that's precisely why it might actually give us the inspiration to ask what a good future looks like. And I still really am that's why I'm still on the spectrum of outcomes. And I do think if a lot more people have enough time to ask the question, why the hell are we doing something, rather than just doing our jobs and being a hamster in the wheel and in the rat race, then that is actually ultimately a good thing.
Awesome. Okay. So I'm just going to try to fold these questions. We have 2 questions left, Chad, and then we'll be maybe a little more back on track. So basically, if AI is able to like hyper generate at an incredible rate, then in theory, and they're able to, like agents are able to take action. In theory, a lot more of the traders on chain should become like agents that are acting on behalf of like a prompt from a user or a series of like rules from a user. And then also like algorithms for social media should get flooded with more and more AI content. And so my question is basically, do you think, number one, that on-chain, like do you think that AI would converge around an idea like SPX on-chain just like we have? And then number 2, do you think that there is a world where social media platforms, like the algorithm drowns out SPX? What can we do about it? I guess I got to start again because that's a giga question. My bad. Trading, I think they would probably converge around our ideas, and I think that's largely because, like, for the reasons that Manj laid out, and like the graph that Matt has, like they objectively are great ideas. And this idea, I think, clearly has, for whatever reason, for whatever series of reasons, has more merit for a larger like critical mass of people than other ones. And so I think that, presuming the parameters are correct, I think that AI would probably reach that conclusion sooner or later. And then as it pertains to content, like I think that it's actually a threat to social media platforms, because like eventually, how do you filter out the human content versus non-human? And then when you just have these people who are like just watching like the weird blown up random things that aren't accurate at all. Maybe you do, but I think that people who strive to actually connect with other people will probably move to more like peer-to-peer-esque systems, because you don't really have a choice eventually, which could be like a more sustainable non-dopamine deriving algorithm, like maybe even more similar to like a WhatsApp or a Telegram or something, where you're just, or like a Reddit, where you're like actually just talking to each other. So I don't know, but that might be too hopeful.
Okay, I might be a little bit pessimistic here on this one, in that, to the point that we started out with at the start, a lot of these models are predominantly being basically trained with ideologies and views that are basically mainstream establishment points, and also skewed towards the current system, I would say, rather than the revolutionary system. And even I've seen influencers recently like talking about how like Claude's actually starting to nanny them more and more, because they've been trained so heavily to basically be safe, that now they're like nannying their users, even telling them that they should be going to bed and they haven't slept enough, you know? And so I think if they, like, my guess would be, even though I've had a lot of conversations with AI about SPX, if these agents and models were independent enough to act in some outcome-oriented way, free of input from somebody, a user like me, that's going to ask it about SPX, I think that they would converge on all of the things that most of the world tells you are the good things, like to invest in an index-related fund and stuff. I'm not sure that they're going to come up with so much the radical answers by themselves if they're going to be in some system where they're really able to self-organize under their own kind of knowledge. But again, if we're able to put that input into them, then they can be a force for good as well. What was the second part of the question?
It was like the content version of that, basically.
Oh yeah, I do. Yes, I do think there is going to be a massive reckoning on social media, because we can already see that it's been overwhelmed by bots, by video, AI-generated video content, and so on. And a lot of these things that were considered easy markers of authentic content are going to increasingly disappear. The thing that I'm nervous about is, how do you create proof of human in this context? And already you're seeing a lot of moves in the more authoritarian surveillance way, like in my bloody home country, which has been really going down quite a terrible path. And now they're going to force us to probably sign on to all of our social media accounts with a government basically verified identity. But we are going to need some systems like that. And I do think that there is an emerging opportunity for, and it's been talked about in crypto for a long time, but truly decentralized human verified identity, so we can fucking get rid of all the bots. Because there's no doubt that X and other platforms could have got rid of a lot of these things a long time ago. They know that they're there, but it's part of their business model, you know, just in the same way that a good healthcare system wouldn't have sick people, right? Sick people are valuable. So I think we are going to have a reckoning, and I think we've all got to have enough awareness to, as we were talking about earlier, vote with our intentions to make sure we try and get down towards a system that isn't going to basically be government or any central authority control.
Yeah, so on the question about the trading bots, I think this kind of reminds me of this competition that was held a few months ago, where someone gave $10,000 to each of the top AI models, and they had it run for a week or two and trade different assets. And I think the outcome was that the model that took the least amount of trades actually ended up with the highest return rate. And so this also is kind of, you can see this in people creating trading bots, right? The people that create trading bots to do very short-term scalps or like really fast, high-frequency trades, they need to spend a lot more time building these bots and maintaining that code and the logic, right? Whereas if you're creating a bot to do medium-term swing trades or just longer-term holds, that wouldn't require as much iteration or development maintenance. So I don't know. I think, yeah, these things could converge towards a more hold type of mentality. In terms of the algorithm question, I'll say that any sort of algorithm kind of optimizes for the most amount of human watch time. So really the algorithm is just a reflection of human taste. So whether humans enjoy the AI content in the future or not, it is really up to the audience. I think personally, I enjoy some AI content. You might call it slop, but it's like different animals talking in human voices, and they're like a boyfriend, girlfriend, cat, or something. Some of them are kind of enjoyable, but yes, a lot of the AI content is slop. But it's kind of up to the audience member, like the users of the platforms, to vote with their actions on whether they like this content or not, to get the content filtered up to the top or bottom.
SPX man is not slop. Yeah, let's do it. Should I take this off?
I actually have a statement. It's the first time that I'm actually talking about this, because your questions were actually about humans as we are right now not being able to keep up. And one of my chapters in the Proof of Human book that I'm writing is, and one of my hypotheses and theses is, I actually believe that Homo sapien is ending, and we're coming to a new class of maybe Homo technology. Or I wanted to see what your thoughts were, because you're the first person that asked about something like that connected to the chapter that I'm writing in the book about the end of Homo sapiens as we know it, and now a new species coming in to Homo technology or Homo AI or whatever they call it. But I was curious to get your thoughts on if you believe that this is happening now.
I mean, my non-medical opinion is that yeah, I would tend to agree. Certainly, if you look at the implications of the rate of change today versus even say 50 years ago, but let alone 2,500 years ago, like it's you are looking at a completely different human experience than these people were having. And eventually, I'm sure that like evolutionary forces will change like brain composition around this. Like I think that is inevitable, if it's not some like actual decision that people are making to keep up with the rate of change, or some sort of like chip infusion or very like Silicon Valley-esque type of thing. I think that's probable. I think that clearly the world's headed that way, because we're sort of just at capacity. I mean, there's no world in which we can really do that much more with the time in the day as a species. And so I would imagine we'll find some way to adapt beyond that. But what I don't know is like what that looks like and how many people want to submit to that future. I don't know what if you guys have any thoughts.
Oh, no, I don't.
Yeah, you
have. So I've put this out on Twitter before, but there's a great sort of short book called The Last Economy. Yeah. And I really love the conclusion of that book. I won't spoil it for you, but to pick up on your point, if a lot of the AI revolution plays out, then the big component of our economies, which has always been like productivity times labor times people is basically that equation that basic equation of economics does not work anymore. And we are going to have to come up with a new model. So there is some transition that we're going towards, right? And this is like where you get the spectrum of outcomes that Murad put in his presentation, from AI just wiping us all out, all of us basically being slaves to the system with a little meager UBI handout, or some kind of utopia. So I do think that we are going to have to really reevaluate our systems, and our economic systems really are the thing that is most dominant to the way that we organize on the planet today. And clearly that is going to need some kind of change in the future. So I think something is coming, whether it's a new species. I won't go too much into the sort of transhumanism kind of like thing where, you know, are we going to like a lot of the Silicon Valley types think that we need to kind of like basically merge with the machines and so on. There, I just feel like, and there was a great book that one of my friends was reading where he actually, it envisaged actually a split in humanity where there was basically those of us that like ended up like basically plugged into the Borg cube kind of thing in these like completely dystopian cities in some kind of virtualized reality where we can do everything, complete utter freedom, and those that went basically back to live in nature. And I think because humans are humans, they're going to choose everything in between the most dystopian options and maybe the most utopian options. And I just hope that we live in a world where there are still enough places on the planet to experiment basically and try everything on for size. And that's actually one of the things that I think about SPX, by the way, is that we both, I think a lot of us all feel, and certainly speaking for myself, is the reason why I'm in this community is I want to gather with like-minded people. And unfortunately, I can't change my passport, and it's not so easy to move to another part of the world and gather. That's why we're forming these digital tribes. And we're going to hopefully coalesce enough resources and so on to basically answer some of these bigger questions for ourselves and decide how we want to like basically handle the AI revolution. That's why this community partly is so valuable, is that we kind of like basically have got some people that we can go on this journey through with and like pool our resources and what is, I think, going to be quite an upheaval over the next 5, 10, 20 years.
Yeah, to piggy off what Doving just said, I know like Balaji's network school is probably already doing some sort of these sort of biohacking research. And yeah, I don't know if network school has any sort of financial incentives, so that's maybe something that SPX has a leg up on. But overall, I'll say that biology, the AI usage in biology is really exciting. There's all sorts of stuff going on at all these frontier labs, like DeepMind has the AlphaFold. There's new spin-up orgs within Google to do different cancer research to try to cure all disease. It's called isomorphic labs. I know Sam Altman and OpenAI definitely have their own biology groups within the company. So I think all these labs are kind of rushing towards this frontier as well, and it's really exciting. But at the same time, yeah, there's like some questions about ethics, right? I know there's one example I can think of is a Chinese scientist. I forgot his name, but he was experimenting on removing sickle cell disease, I think, from the babies. And yeah, I think the Chinese government wasn't too happy with this, and they didn't really think that, they thought this was a slippery slope where if you were to genetically modify some embryos or cells, then this could kind of lead towards gene hacking or all sorts of things where you're just selectively choosing certain genes that you want. Going back to Jesse's question, I think, yeah, like, will we merge with robots in the future? Who knows? I mean, we already have some sort of bionics where people have like arms, like prosthetics, and of course Neuralink, like Cal said. So there's a lot of acceleration in these areas, and then I don't know. There's questions about philosophically who we are as humans at that point, and I guess people kind of have to figure out like what's the threshold for being a Homo sapien versus a techno sapien or something. Can you have two robotic arms? Can you only have one or something? You know, these are interesting topics.
That are coming.
For sure.
They're coming. They're coming.
They're
Yeah.
coming faster than people. Like people don't think about is our species ending?
Yeah.
Are we coming to a new species?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's time that this question is asked.
Yeah.
Right. Right. I think that the value systems we want to keep in place. So maybe other things like what percent prosthetics you are isn't as important, but maybe our belief systems, our value systems need to stay constant.
By the way, I think last week in New Orleans, they cured the first person with sickle cell disease, modified the gene.
Wow.
He got disease free. And the person's like 18, so it's not like they actually took the disease, cured it. I think CRISPR or one of these.
CRISPR, yeah.
One of these gene modified things, and they actually cured sickle cell disease from a young African American for the first time.
Wow.
It's
It's amazing.
It's incredible. The floor is rising for quality of life.
Longevity, state velocity.
One thing's for sure, Jesse, like if you give people the opportunity, to have to be faster, stronger, what have you, smarter, someone's going to take it. So like game theoretically, we will evolve in some sense. The question is, I guess, to your point, like what qualifies you as a human? Does being pure human and like having amazing genetics make you high status? Is that sought after? Who knows how that will evolve and like what the social dynamics will be, but I do think retaining good values.
All of this actually is like the natural course of evolution.
Yeah.
Like this is all evolution, even if it's technology and whatever it is. Like this is the natural course.
Totally.
There's nothing that's going to stop this.
Yep.
Can I just like, first of all, I'd say that we're already highly integrated with technology. Algorithms are already orchestrating our behavior on an unprecedented scale. We are attached to these devices, whether it's on the, beamed into the back of our retina or not. That's just kind of like semantics as far as I'm concerned. So we're already in that game. More interestingly, though, it will ask some really big questions, and maybe it will make that a little bit more visceral. Another thing I wanted to say, because it was something you mentioned about, how AI might affect different parts of the world, and we need to remain open-minded to it. Because, for example, in a heavily, first world part of the world where there are thousands of doctors like yourself, AI could be very disruptive and put a load of you out of business. In villages in Africa where they don't have any doctors, that is like just all positive on their side. And what I kind of worry about, and where the dystopian aspect is how all of this gets productized, and does it get productized in the way that still conforms to the current system that is the 500 and everything else, which is doing all the harms that we see in the world today? Or is it that we're actually going to think these things need to be public goods, these things need to have a different ownership model, these things need to have different business models so that we can all benefit from them?
Wrap it?
Yeah.
Let's wrap it. All right, we're wrapping it. We can blab.
The nose also.
Yeah.
We heat it up at the end. We're not.
I'm just gonna play it, and I hope you all enjoy it.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They tell you it's 5 different days. It isn't. It's the same day. They just keep handing it back to you with a different sticker on it.
Riz, big news. We're rolling out the Synergy Flow 4.0 onboarding deck. I need your TPS variants by ETAT. You're crushing it, buddy.
Purchase of MGM for $8.45 billion. Therefore, only her dad will freaking Emerson.
That was weird. Probably nothing.
No new messages, no new emails, no new phone calls.
Hello?
Jordan Riz. You've been seeing the number, haven't you?
Who is this?
Someone who got tired of watching you sleepwalk through a building that doesn't love you back. There's a diner on Sutter and 7th. Booth in the back. 1 hour.
Why would I?
Because you already know the spreadsheet is fake. You just haven't said it out loud yet.
Okay, I'm here. What is this? A cult? A prank? An MLM?
Bro, if it was an MLM, I'd be in a much nicer hoodie.
Tell me, Jordan, what does the number 500 mean to you?
The S&P 500, the index, the top 500 companies, the market.
Wrong. It means a fence. A list someone else drew. A finish line in a race you never agreed to run. 500 names that decided, long before you were born, who gets to win.
And what does 6900 mean?
I don't know.
Exactly. It means whatever we decide it means. That's the point.
What?
This started as a joke, a satire. Some Anna dropped a meme coin in 23, said 6900 is bigger than 500 and walked. The dev vanished, community picked it up, built the whole thing themselves. No CEO, no boardroom, just people who refused to log off. I spent 22 years on the floor. Suits, scotch, screens. One day I watched a kid on the internet do in a week what my firm couldn't do in a decade. Move belief. Real, contagious belief. I quit the next morning.
Keep it safe. You're an Eon.
So what? You want me to buy a meme coin?
No, I want you to notice something. Look around this diner.
Everything is stopped. Except for us.
This isn't a diner, Jordan. This is the inside of your own head. You've been here a long time. You just kept the lights low so you wouldn't have to look.
What the hell is happening to me?
You're waking up. The hard part is what you do next. Remember that yellow coin I gave you? Squeeze it hard.
Okay.
Purchase of MGM for $8.45 billion.
Maybe it was all just a dream.
Riz, where's that variance, buddy? Not ready yet? I'll be back.
They tell you a story your whole life. Get the degree, get the job, buy the house you can't afford, retire into a fund that already had its biggest gains before you were born. And every morning you sit down and feed the machine. And every evening the machine hands you back a number and tells you what your day was worth. 6900. It's not about the number. It's about who gets to choose the number.
Jordan? Buddy, where are you going?
Brent, I'm going to stop trading and start believing in something.
Jordan? Buddy, where are you going?
First thing to understand, nobody here is in charge. There's no founder, no headquarters. The original devs walked away 3 years ago. We just kept going. Memes, art, code.
That's insane.
It is insane. That's the point. Every system that tells you it's serious is selling you something. We're the people who finally notice. Yo, new guy. You're gonna love this. We're flipping a billboard tonight, like an actual physical billboard, Times Square.
How?
Crowdfunded it, 38 people, took us 4 hours.
We don't have a CEO, Jordan. We have each other. That used to sound like a slogan to me. Now it sounds like the only thing that ever worked.
We're going to flip the stock market. It's a joke until it isn't.
I'm in.
Tomorrow, the news will call it vandalism. Next week, 3 more cities will do the same thing. We're not fighting a war, Jordan. We're just waking up.
And if it's all a joke?
Then it's the best one ever told, and we're the ones telling it.
They told me the world was already finished being built, that all that was left was to find a chair before the music stopped. They forgot to mention you could write your own song. My name is Jordan Riz. I used to work Monday to Friday in a building that didn't know my name. Now I belong to something that doesn't have a building. Stop trading. Believe in something. Even if, especially if that something is just a number that's bigger than 500.
Yeah. So.
Hey, thank you, Jordan. That was amazing, dude. Everybody loved it. I'm sorry I couldn't capture the claps there, but had a bit of a sound issue. But it was awesome, man. Awesome. I'm gonna get the next panel up, and everybody loved that. for the next panel, and then we're gonna do open mic.
Yeah, and so that's like what I started.
Like, you open mic now. I'm okay with either. Whatever the flow is. Yeah. Let's open mic.
Yeah, we can have a do something. Okay. So
You panel.
Okay. We're doing it right now.
We're doing it right now. Going up, I'll get you the actually. Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Okay.
Juice.
Okay.
And I we're really used this for the past.
Okay. And I was trying to resonate. I just
So you
I'm
got
gonna,
normal time.
I'm gonna ask just 5 questions. I think that's cool.
Just do 5 questions.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
What's up, Aeons? It's your boy Fugo.
Don't say anything too spicy.
I was just saying, yeah.
I'm gonna sit at the end
Jeffrey.
so I can have time to collect all my thoughts. You know,
I'm not a fan of speaking in front of people.
man. These ain't people. These your people. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. That's the difference.
It was my least favorite class in college. Was public speaking.
You don't know how to put a fucking picture out? I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's
Oh, you got PC nerd?
Stuff.
Yeah, nah, easy ones. From the heart.
Do this.
The Aeon that was
Yo,
sitting
Cal.
right here earlier. He said, getting out your comfort zone. Who said that? Y'all remember?
Saucy?
Saucy.
Yeah.
Aeon Saucy was like, get out your comfort zone. So this is like a perfect opportunity.
I had
to
a
practice
picture
that,
somewhere,
you know?
but I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you want to do the same one?
How you feel?
No, I had a.
I feel
oh,
good,
well,
honestly.
it was
After
already
doing like
open.
all the spaces, I feel like
I don't know. I mirrored it. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like it's like playing music. Every time we get
Yeah, I
on
had
stage,
that.
I don't care if it's
Yeah,
for
yeah,
one
yeah. So you have to,
person
like-
or 20 or 100. It's like you still get like a little bit nervous.
Yeah,
And I feel like
yeah.
as long as you never lose that feeling, it always feels special, bro.
Yeah.
It's like
Definitely.
it never not feels new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, can I check out the quality of the shirt?
Yeah.
Because I was looking at
Where'd you get that one?
looking at
I
Also, just like share it.
Oh, I did get one
like
of
that.
those
You have to do it yourself.
It's
guys, this is a super nice shirt.
It's sick.
You need to look into investing in this shirt right here. Show them the
Maximize it.
Which one?
Show them the drip real quick. Okay. Swag. Gotta get that.
Shout out to Hype and Aeon Girl.
Hey, shout out Aeon Girl.
This one was
$50.
50.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it didn't feel like some other shit where when they're too thin, I was like, damn, what too thin of a shirt.
This is what Mons was doing.
This is
No, that one's yours.
right now. I'm saying like.
No, that goes for the stream. I think.
Back to
Yeah.
this.
Ooh, that looks like it's on the nice.
I picked some of my favorite ones.
It's up here somewhere. It was. It's on the screen, I think.
Oh, there it goes.
I think I would like
It's on here too.
to inspire future generations to have fun.
Okay. Show our windows. It's just not on my desktop.
No, I'm not gonna ask. You wanna know which ones I was gonna ask?
Yeah.
All right.
What do you
I'm
got?
gonna ask 1, 3,
I'm just glad that you're on the live stream right now.
1, 3, 4,
Energy here. It's nice. It's electric.
and
Number
number 7.
We're gonna have plenty of more. We couldn't make it up for this one. It's okay.
And number 10.
Because the years to come, there's gonna be plenty of more. Oh yeah, that's plenty of in your state, closer to you.
So I don't know if you want to know the questions. Yeah. All right.
Find mine. Now we're compromised.
I like that. I like
This is download.
We're gonna have them fresh, super fresh. You know, it's me, you. Uncle's supposed to be here.
Yeah.
And then shout out Uncle. I was looking for.
Come on, Chad. We need some culture,
Not
bro.
this
Get
time,
rid of
but next time
black
for sure.
screen.
Next time.
Yeah.
Oh, they are. We are. Okay.
I thought it was the screen share thing. I don't know.
Abort. Oops.
You need this?
Yeah, we'll throw them on top of here. Let's see. I'm excited to see what this will be. How would you
Now we don't.
Okay, that's what you You're good. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, we're just gonna plug this. Okay. Max that speed.
I'm just gonna max you.
Oh, how many eons? I'm in the middle?
Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, bro?
Shit. I'm looking, bro.
You look fly, super fly. Let's do burn. Look at that. Boy.
That's us, man.
I wonder if it's close.
Juice, you
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You want to see which one I'm looking at?
That's cool. Yeah, I'll be right.
I'm not there.
You're good. Yeah, yeah.
One more panel is also have open mic. We have.
And then we're partying. Very important. We're partying. And we're partying.
Thank you. Hey, shout out to Chad. Before we start, thank you for putting this together, bro.
Chadwick.
Yeah.
What's up, hey? How y'all feeling today? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Okay. All right. Shout out to the mod juice. Before we start, I just have one request. You don't have to do it by no means, but as we say we're the Cognisphere. We're here to be together and all this, that, and third. If y'all don't mind, let's like fill up these gaps, these seats and whatnot. You know, like let's really be here together.
Let's tighten it up.
You know, tighten it up for the last panel. Like I said, you don't have to, but it would be nice. You know, we all here. You know.
I like it, Fugo.
Here you go.
Thank you.
I like it, Fugo. I like it.
Hello, everyone. I have the honor and pleasure to be speaking to you today to discuss SPX culture. If you fast forward to this part, I'm sorry I have to say this again. I go by the juice, whichever you prefer. But if you're watching it from the beginning, you already know who is speaking. I first came into SPX6900 during the end of October 2024. But it wasn't until the summer of 2025 that I wanted to be a part of SPX6900. I started hosting spaces 3 times a week because I wanted to hear what other Aeons had to say and hear their stories. I had a chance to speak to everyone from OGs to little ass Aeons and everyone in between and everyone outside of this community. Fast forward to today, I get to speak to 3 Aeons in our community about what is SPX culture and why you can't spell culture without cult. What is your favorite thing about the culture of SPX 6900?
It's really the inclusivity of it. There's so many different types of people from different walks of life. Obviously, like the first thing that really grabbed me was the visual aspect of it. the old schizo videos and just the intense, like the intensity and the passion that the people in the Aeons had for the community. Sorry if I get a little stammering like him. I'm not a public speaker. But no, the culture is just how, you know, everybody treats each other, and you know, obviously there's a little bit of gatekeeping here and there, and we have our little infighting and stuff like that, but for the most part, it is people from all walks of life who want to see each other do better, who fight for each other and really want to, you know, make a real change, not just in our life and our world, but in all the other people in our community.
Oh yeah.
For me, one thing that I've seen a lot, just dealing with the good people in the community, I would say is the accountability that we have for each other in regards to SPX and doing right by SPX, and that comes with the gatekeeping and all these other interactions and, you know, the talks that we have in the spaces. But I think the accountability for me is huge, especially in a culture that was just created like a couple of years ago, right? And to have that accountability from real people with others that they met online through this type of vehicle is extremely special to have. You don't really see that elsewhere.
So what I really love and appreciate about the culture of SPX6900, I would have to say, just like the motto, the mission, flip the stock market, I came into SPX at a time where I kind of realized that in order to actually get somewhere financially in life, it's probably best for me to start investing my finances somewhere. And that got me into, eventually, shout out to Farad on TikTok. It was like perfect timing. He started talking about all these meme coins and stuff like that. So I started looking, but just like any newcomer, any normie, pump and dumps. Boom, all my money is gonna drop. And so I was like, okay, hold up. Let me really do some research and find the one thing that will actually make sense long-term to be holding. And eventually that led me to SPX6900, because this is a group of people, to me, who realized the same thing that I realized, is that we have to like come together, collectively invest, and then work towards something every single day. And eventually, God willing, it's going to pay off financially. And so with something like, you know, flipping the stock market is super ambitious. And yeah, that's what I appreciate about it, man.
Oh yeah. Amazing answers. What do you think makes the culture so unique, and how do we preserve it as it grows?
We start on that one.
Makes it so unique. I think the one thing that makes this culture unique within crypto is that the dialogue is the exact opposite of what you'll find within majority of every other community in the space. Probably what pulled me towards SPX the most is that the initial dialogue was that of, you know, everything other than just buy this to make money, or, you know, we're going to get this to whatever billion. And, you know, and the first time I saw that distinction within the community was pretty much what really caught my eye the most.
Can you guys ask the question one more time? What makes it unique, you said?
What do you think makes the culture so unique, and how do we preserve it as we grow?
Okay. One thing that's really unique about SPX is first off, all the anime stuff, man. That's the first time I've ever seen, like, in the meme coin space, just like the whole anime theme and all this, that, and third. It's cool. And then, like, somebody was mentioning earlier, one of the Aeons said, you know, when people come at you with all the hate and negativity in this world, we respond with saying, I love you, you know? Like, when you're reading comments and then you see all that all these people like who aren't Aeons or who just try to talk so much crap about SPX. You're like, love you. I was just like, oh, okay, cool. So I mean, that's one thing that I can think of, and that would be like, that's so unique about it. There's so many other things, but on the spot right now, it's kind of hard to think about everything. But that's one thing that really makes it unique to me. And then how to preserve it. I feel like we just gotta stick to the basics, you know, like what we're doing now in real life events, bull posting, and this overall, you know, contribute that energy, time, post, DCA, whatever it might be, you know, you can constantly just contribute, and this is how we preserve it, and then we evolve over time, you know, with you know, talking about the AI topic panel from earlier, the way Tony was talking about it, I was just like, kind of sound like evolve or die, you know? I was like, we're constantly just gonna keep evolving with the time. So as long as we keep doing that, we'll figure it out.
As far as the culture goes, that stood out to me is, or one thing is the kind of symbiotic relationship that all the Aeons have with each other. Like, you know, it started off in the 2023 with like the old skeletonans and the schizo posts and all this stuff. But it, you know, just like the video we just watched with Jordan, and then you have like the Bronze Army, and you have all these little like offshoots of different things that's constantly growing, constantly evolving. Yep. And it lets like the people coming in and the new Aeons coming up that their voice counts, that, you know, there's a lot of people, you know, I'm terrified to be up here speaking right now, but I'm doing it because I love this community. And there's a lot of people out there who are still in, you know, there's no telling how many Aeons are out there who are in kind of like that seedling phase where they're just like, you know, maybe standing on that line and want to step out and like really do their thing. And it's all of these little mini movements that kind of gives people that push and that nudge that lets them know that they have a voice, you know, and that's super important in up and coming communities like this. And what was the second part?
Preserving it.
Preserving it. I think the emphasis on, as far as Aeons, there's so many people who are like you were talking about earlier, Jesse, with the people who, you know, going to the gym, losing weight, like really doing things in their individual lives that are bettering themselves. And like to preserve our community as this whole, like all of us together, as each of us doing better individually on our own. And everybody sees that, and the stronger each of us are on our own, the stronger we all will be together as a group, as a whole.
Yeah. Amazing answers from everyone. 3 different perspectives, and we are listening to this, and I feel like our perspective fits in there. Everyone has a story.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah.
Just about the preservation. I never really answered that part. But I think it starts with the people and the filtering mechanism that SPX has. I mean, I before I started, you know, I'm a plumber now, but I used to coach college basketball for like a decade. And, you know, other than that, all different levels. But in terms of culture and preserving it, like you can have standout players and whatever, whales, right? Big whales in your community. But if they leave the group chat, right, or they leave the locker room and they decide to go do what they do, that has a reflection on your community or your team. And I think the natural filtering mechanism of SPX is that those people they don't come here. And if they do, they're not here for very long. And as Sarkan just mentioned, like we have to remember that people are watching us. So new people that are lingering, we do have to remember they are watching. Although we are very comfortable with just saying whatever we want, which is great, you know. Some people might not understand that right away. So we do have to be mindful of that and just keep persisting with those 10 commandments.
Nice.
That was good. Thank you, bro. Bro, you're leaving me hanging, bro.
Oh, shit.
How has being part of SPX impacted your real life, whether it's friendships, mindset, creatively, or any offline experiences?
I kind of feel like what somebody said earlier, I can't remember who, that I didn't find SPX, that it found me, and it came in this like super pivotal moment in my life where I was moving from one state to another. I was a festival promoter for a good amount of years, and me and a partner of mine have built up a company, and very grassroots, and it blew up into this big monstrosity of a thing, and it goes almost too much to handle, and then it ended, and you know, I kind of felt defeated. I had a huge community, you know, if anybody's ever been in like kind of the festival scene or kind of like that traveling gypsy kind of scene of music that's out there. So I felt like I'd almost been stripped of my family in a way, you know, and so I moved back up to Detroit, and I was just in like this crazy time, and it had a huge effect on my life because I'd never edited a video before I got into SPX, and I was so enamored with the culture and just the people within the community and all the videos that were coming out. There was a lot more coming out at the time because this, I came in around 2 cents when I first came around, but it quickly shot up to like 2 something. And, you know, so there was a lot of action. But like I said, I'd never edited a video before. And so it made a huge change in my life in that aspect, because it gave me something where I had this huge gap in my life. And I'm sure a lot of you all, you know, had the same experience, but everybody has their own little niche and their own, you know, place in this community. And yeah, it really filled a hole that needed to be filled, because I was pretty much in a really down place at the moment. And it gave me back a community. It gave me back a voice. It gave me back an outlet for creativity. I can just keep going on and on, but yeah.
So for me, the way it kind of, in relation to, you know, my regular life, I think it helped me stop being such of a doomer. I think kind of before I found SPX, you know, I was obviously going down the doomerism rabbit holes and waking up every day like, oh man, this sucks, yada, yada, yada. Kind of relaying that to other people in my life, which, you know, can have its negative connotations to it, because not everybody wants to listen to those things and feel that way, obviously. But finding SPX kind of just made me realize that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and being able to be more positive and believing in yourself, and that there are other good people out there willing to make a change. Honestly, that just like, I'm able to use that motivation and positivity with other people, you know, like when they're upset and things like that. I tell them, hey man, you got to believe in yourself. You got to persist, you know, because that's what you have to do. Yeah, I'm grateful for SPX for that reason.
These two just gave some great answers, by the way. To me, I would say SPX6900, the way it has changed or affected my life is that, just like Jeffrey here, at one point I kind of was being like a doomer. I was just looking at life in such a negative perspective. I was just thinking about all the corruption with the government, and then just like the way of life, and like it just didn't seem, life didn't seem like I thought it was when I was growing up. And as I got older, the whole loneliness epidemic, I was staying to myself a lot. And with that happening, TikTok algorithms feeding me all types of just conspiracies and all this, that, and third. Now I feel like I'm the conspiracy coop, just locked up in my room, just looking at all that stuff. It might sound a little funny. It kind of is a little funny, but it was kind of serious at the same time. And then I was like, it got to a certain point, like I was just like, it got negative. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I ventured off from looking into things like that. And then when I came into like the crypto space and I found SPX, it basically, I framed it like, it gave me a sense of hope. a hope and like a reason to enjoy life and live for life instead of looking at all that negative stuff. Because at the end of the day, if it's all that negativity, there's something equal and opposite to it. There must be positive stuff out here. And this is the positivity right here. I'm seeing it. I see it here. I see it on Twitter. I see it on YouTube. I see it, Jordan Riz. Like, I see it. And it's just, it's cool. So without getting too deep about it, SPX did give me like a sense of hope. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey. Woo! Man. Yeah, we could get no, I got 2 more. I got 2 more before we go back to flipping the market. What advice do you have for newer Aeons who want to contribute to the culture but aren't sure where to start? You want to start it? How do you want to start it?
Just do it. You know, not to be corny or anything, but just put yourself out there because, you know, I can attest to it that it's scary for anybody. You know, it's scary for some people to speak publicly. It's scary to post videos that you've made because it's, you know, you're bearing a part of yourself. Now it's different. You know, everybody has different types of posts and different things. And, you know, I've experimented with a lot of different types of videos, some more like propaganda, like anti-system videos, and then stuff that's absolutely insane. And, you know, those seem to be the ones people like. But yeah, you just have to put yourself out there and do it because, you know, at the end of the day, there are people out there who are going to like what you make. There's people out there who are going to support you. They're going to repost. I mean, and that's an experience within itself. I remember when I first started, I was so like terrified to like really start putting them first videos out. I think I really started getting traction on TikTok first before Twitter because it's like easier, kind of like the TikTok for some reason.
Yeah, the algorithm.
Yeah. But I remember the first time I got like a BAP repost or a Hmong repost or a Murad repost, like I was like, oh God, you know what I mean? I'm like a grown man, like all fanned out. No, man, it's a good feeling. And then eventually, you know, you get better, you hone your craft, you do what you do. And at the end of the day, the most important thing is, you know, kind of representing this community in the right way and being, you know, bearing your soul, but at the same time, retaining the soul of this project and doing, you know, the right thing in that sense. But I mean, it's pretty simple. You just have to put yourself out there and put in the work and do it. And, you know, the universe is going to bring to you what you're supposed to have.
Yeah, pretty much just to bounce off of that, like, just like you put something out there and express yourself. That's what SPX is made for. You know, like this isn't the place where, you know, you kind of like dial yourself down. This is where you turn yourself up and really express yourself, and people will relate to you. You know, if you relate to what you're reading and you're like, oh, I feel that way too. Like, oh, maybe I should type something. Maybe I should make something. You should. I know we all, you know, a lot of us fear not being accepted. Like we want acceptance from our peers. It's just like human nature. But you can't get acceptance if you don't actually put yourself out there. And people might not like it, but, you know, expressing yourself is a very powerful thing. Therapeutically, in my opinion, and don't be afraid to, you know, get out there and make a video, make a post, get on a space, introduce yourself, and, you know, start from there, because you'll see a big change in yourself very soon. I guarantee it.
Yeah. So if someone wanted to get it started. Wait, can you say the question one more time? I want to hear it exactly.
What advice do you have for newer Aeons who want to contribute to the culture but aren't sure where to start?
New Aeons that want to contribute to the culture. just like honestly, I just gotta go back to what they was just talking about right now. You just gotta start somewhere. Like my TikTok journey, not TikTok, my crypto journey. That's literally how I started. That's how SPX found me. I was just like, let me start a crypto journey from TikTok. Eventually that led over to SPX finding me. I just started talking about SPX on TikTok just because. I wasn't doing it for likes, fame, nothing. It was as simple, just like, I just want to talk about what I'm doing. Shout out to Maddox. He actually DM'd me on TikTok and was like, you should post these on Twitter. I promise you one thing, we will support you. I was like, I never thought about doing Twitter because my experience with Twitter is just a lot of weird, negative, violent stuff on Twitter. You know, that's all it ever was. So I just avoided Twitter. But I took his advice and I started posting. And like 3 videos in, next thing you know, all right, repost. I'm like, oh, snap, okay. And then from there, that's when the Cognisphere found me. That's when the algorithm started helping me. And next thing you know, it went from all that negative stuff to just peace, love, positivity, mission, movement, all that great stuff. So if you're just trying to get started, all you got to do is just be you. Start posting however you want to start, either text, videos, however you want to do it, just do it. Because at the end of the day, they're going to judge you if you're doing something good. They're going to judge you if you're doing something bad. So just do you.
Yeah. Thank you. And the last question. How everyone always talks about we are early this, early that, we are early. 5 to 10 years from now, when someone asks you what it was like to be an Aeon during the early days of SPX6900, what story do you want to be able to tell them?
Well, I've made quite a few posts about this, that I'm proud to be here for this building phase. And like, you know, I've actually made a post a couple weeks ago that these that we're in the good old days, you know, and obviously there are a lot of people out here I know personally who are blue collar Aeons, people who aren't multi-cyclers, who haven't had them big hits, them big wins. They're just, you know, and like you said about the Lambo and, you know, kind of that whole thing. But, you know, we're building something like monumental here, something life-changing, and not just like, you know, money's great and security is even better, but when it comes to the evil that is in this world and the systems that have subjugated people for a very long time, you know, somebody's got to put in the work eventually. Otherwise, and especially with the rapid movement of technology and everything that's happening right now, it's just going to get, the gap's going to get wider and wider and wider. So, you know, not to toot our own horns, but we are necessary. And it takes people to be brave and really put themselves out there, whether it's in, you know, podcast, creative, artistic, you know, whatever it may be. Yeah, I mean, it's a great thing to be building something this beautiful.
Is it 5 to 10 years? What do you?
5 to 10 years from now, when someone asks you what it was like to be an Aeon during the early days of SPX, what do you want to tell them?
It was fun. You know, it was hard work, right? Hard times, but overall, it's been a fucking blast. You know, no chart, just flipping shit all day. You know, like that's what it is. You know, we're all here, we're having fun, we're online, we're having fun, and like that's what I would tell them. Man, yeah, volleyball practice.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's it.
Hell yeah. Honestly, so let's say 10 years from now, someone's asking me that question, I'll just let them know, like, yeah, it was hard work. The people who came in around this time, we are considered the visionaries, man, because we stuck around and we built something when there was nothing no financial incentive no finances to keep us around. And what I mean by that is, it's like what SPX is doing for us right now in the sense of us coming together, the wall post and everything. And most of us here have not seen a single dollar from a DCA just yet. But yeah, we still stick around. We still do everything because it's more than just the money. So
we still DCA.
Right. We're still collecting.
Exactly. And so, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we was just visionaries. We was doing our thing and made it from the bottom. Now we here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Something like that.
Oh yeah.
Something like that.
Making it look easy.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah,
Right? Making it look easy.
So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hey, Barkan, Jeffrey. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Or you want to?
We might as well go to the open mic.
Yeah, yeah.
Get me, daddy.
People can hear you, by the way. Oh, you have your.
My what? Oh yeah.
My least favorite class in college is public speaking. I hated it, bro.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're about to.
I told me to wrap you up.
Hey, Zarkan.
Oh,
Zarkan.
And the hype kid? Okay. Nice.
Zarkan.
Ah. Shit.
It's all right. You're good. Thanks, man. Okay. Blaze. We're just going to get started now. And you just hold like so that you can like pass. So the idea is you stand in the front. I was just going to say, I can't.
Say what? Oh. The aliens are here. So this is the open mic. I'm not going to have the mic the entire time, and I encourage people who want to come up and speak to say their piece. I got here yesterday, and for 2 hours, or maybe a little bit more, I spoke with Slow. And it became like very apparent to me that like, we can't do anything but flip the stock market. And it's already like a decided outcome. Like what we have here is in motion. It can't be stopped. And the end result is flipping the stock market. So each of us that are here are authoring this movement. We are actively participating. SPX is here and now. We are participating in this process of beautiful creation and storytelling and an awakening of people to say the Standard and Poor games are the worst games to have ever existed. This game sucks. Take debt to buy a house that you can't pay off for 30, but now 50 years. Take debt to get a degree that won't land you a job, and now you can't pay it off. Debt is a tool of subjugation and control. It works like that at the individual level. It works like that at the country level. We have countries taking IMF loans and selling their privatizing, selling off their natural resources to corporate interests and being plundered. This has been a long-standing game of centralization of power and capital for the purposes of control to benefit the very few, which is like sociopaths you couldn't even imagine. And we are those people in the sandbox. And we're saying, you didn't let me play this game, but I have a better game over here, and I'm gonna go play with my friends. And I'm just gonna act like it's the most important thing in the world until it becomes that for a lot of people. You know, Elon says we're gonna have universal high income. And like,
what that actually means is like, there's going to be digital identity, digital ID, programmable money, and an AI control grid to facilitate and administrate this. And what does programmable money mean? That means no longer does it just the buyer and the seller have to agree on a price to transact. Now there's an algorithm that's a third party that can say, this transaction can happen or it can't. So you will lose control of what you can buy, where you can buy it, and when you can buy it. It's this psychological cage closing in around humanity. And it's really just centralization versus decentralization. Never before have we had the technology to coordinate at scale with lossless transmission of ideas. And that's what crypto and social technology as a pair represent. So we need to tell the story of how we're going to flip the stock market. It's a mimetic game. They're playing a game. We have a game. Our game is better. We can play our game and share with the people like how 3,333 Aeons, cyber angels, came to this plane to flip the stock market because it was needed. Oh, we're good? Yeah. And you know, I view AI as a tool. It's a tool with like maximum leverage, and a tool is not good or bad. It depends on who uses it. So playing into the conversation earlier, like AI can be used to maximally leverage people and creatives and builders to create beautiful things in a utopia. Or it can be leveraged by the increasing few who are centralizing and extracting everything. And one world looks beautiful and the other world looks like you don't want to live in it. And it really is Boolean. It's flip it or die. That's how I feel. And I know that that's how a lot of other people feel. And SPX came at just the right time. It's 2023. We have AI chatbots starting in 2023 for the public. They haven't built the physical infrastructure required to have complete capital dominance and control over everyone with programmable money. So UBI, when people say UBI, that's programmable money. That's complete control over you and what and how you can spend things. If you had, you drove to the beach this month and you used too much carbon burning your fuel, now you can't buy beef, and instead you have to buy this cricket burger for sustenance. Like, that's the kind of stuff that we're looking at. And it can get worse. Minority Report, pre-crime, algos, pattern matching to find out who's going to quote unquote commit crimes and arrest you before you do. And then we have robotics and Terminators. So we have Minority Report, Terminators, and The Matrix, where people are all divided and they're scared. And I know that we want to focus on like the positive aspects of what we're building here. And I love that about SPX. And I don't often like think about all of these things to my detriment. But like, I'm someone who like needs to see a complete model and picture in my head to be able to understand like how to move and what I should be doing. It's just something I've always felt, and it's been why I literally needed to become retarded to start to act in crypto, because I couldn't understand anything. So I had to go all the way left curve of the IQ and just like ape Apu NFTs. I needed to get in, and I needed to figure out how I can start to maneuver, and I need to stop thinking. And I just let my FOMO and my what I liked like guide me. And then you just refine. It's like, okay, maybe that's not the best, but you refine and you like, okay, maybe SPX is like, well, they're going to flip the stock market. Like, that's a trick. Why would we flip? What are we flipping the stock market for? Oh, like for humanity, like to not be in a digital control grid. like where we can't determine how to spend our time, energy, or money. It's the acting without thinking that was the hardest part for me. And it took me a while of processing to be able to like come into the community. But I think I've taken that time, and I kind of realized I was born to flip. So I guess I'll ask if anyone else wants to come talk.
Hey, somebody who hasn't spoken, please come up. Anybody? There you go.
I've also never used one of these things, so bear with me. Yeah, I pretty much gave up on talking or being around people. That had to have been like a year and a half ago now. I was drained of like all my SPX tokens and all my other 20 tokens that I was holding. 4 different hacks between January and February of 2025. And that kind of reset my whole entire philosophy of being in crypto. Right? Like I started buying Solana when it was 175 the second time, right? And it was coming down. And I started dollar cost and average in Solana, just figuring out crypto. Until it's, I was telling everybody, oh my God, you got to buy this thing. It's $20. And then it went down to $9. I'm like, what are we fucking doing here? Right. And I'm like broke. So I'm like, I can't buy it. You guys got to buy it. No one believed me. Right. And then it went up to 200 and I don't even know, $70 something soon after. And I realized like if I had stopped buying at 174 and I just waited for it to get to 174 again, I'd still be broke. Right. It takes twice as long and you make literally exponentially less. But then I took that dollar cost average mindset, right? And here we are. Now I got hacked and all my things that I made from Solana. I had 250 Solana staked and just sitting there making me money. I pulled it all out to go day trade, and I made some money on some meme flips back when SpongeBob coin was a thing. No one had probably ever seen it, right? Because it was only on CoinMarketCap for a week, and then it was MAGA after that, right? And so I went through all this cycle of just going from $1,500 to 180K back down to 10K up to like 60K, and I was just wow, right, mind blown. Because then it all got drained, and I'd already quit my job, right? I already thought I was the man. You guys got to come talk to me about what to do. All right, and I was making good money at this point. I was working concrete construction, worked from the bottom, carpenter apprentice, all the way up to placing and finishing project manager for the biggest concrete company in America, right? Baker Concrete. And my next project was going to be this giant casino down in Grand Cherry or Kings Mountain in North Carolina. If anyone knows where that's at, it's getting built right now. But I said, you know what? I have too much of my mind capacity going towards crypto every day. I come to work and all I can think about is like, where am I going to put my money? What am I going to invest in? I was day trading at the time too. And I was like, what am I, I can't focus on what I got to order in this MIVA formwork that comes in measurements that are only known in Germany. I got to fucking figure this shit out. So I just told them, and I didn't tell my wife. I didn't tell my family. I didn't tell anyone. I told my boss on a Tuesday that I'm quitting on Friday, and that, find a different project manager for that next project because I'm never coming back. I'm going to go figure this out. I told him about Bitcoin. I told him how I wanted to create something special in crypto because it's freedom. It's all my mind can fucking think about, right? And so I left. I went home and I told my wife, hey, Friday's my last day. And, we had 2 kids at the time, 2 daughters. And she's like, you can't just quit. She's making $60,000 and I was making, easy 6 figs and 5-figure bonuses. I'm like, not gonna happen. Done. Right. So I did it. I stuck to it. That was May 5th of 2024. Okay. So you guys know what happened if I'm 100% into crypto. Not soon after that, you know, we made some money and then we just tanked, right? We just fell off a cliff and just been grinding down slowly for I don't even know how long now, but for my life, it feels like every day after May 5th, right? But yet here I am. I'm still here and I'm never going back to work for that 500, right? Because if you're flipping the stock market, you're not just flipping the money, right? You're flipping your life, the time that you're putting into where you're going to spend your time, right? That company that's paying you, that you're working for, is no longer, it doesn't matter anymore, right? If we're flipping that, why don't you go put your effort towards something like SPX, right? Where we actually have the decentralized rails. We have the ability to recruit people of all different, I'm concrete, he's a surgeon. If I went through here, I bet you hardly any of us have the same profession or career that we worked for. You know, the amount of experiences globally, right, that we can connect to now and be the 500. We can, that's what we're doing, right? 6,900 is bigger than 500. It's the only math we need, right? And we can flip every dollar that's been put into, to circulation, and every hour that we're putting into going to work for these companies, it's not gonna matter anymore, right? So I want everybody here actually to take one of these little tokens. I'll pass them around or whatever. You can take it home. I had a couple friends, like I said, I gave up on people after that whole getting drained. And then I moved someone down to start a crypto group on Discord. And then he backstabbed me. And like, I was just like, all right, I'm done, right? I'm done. And was able to really actually transform my life by focusing just on individual health at that point, right? Cutting out all distractions. At that point, my philosophy was money. Really, I didn't realize was first, but it started to show that it was first. And so I had to flip everything I believed in and to focus on health, family, and freedom, right? And as you work on your individual health, right, you start to dollar cost average those little things in your life, right? Like a cold shower at every time. Like, I don't take warm showers anymore, guys. I literally only take cold showers because I don't want to, right? But that cold shower gets me to do something I don't want to do every single morning. And so I start, and it builds that part of your brain, your prefrontal cortex, right? That helps you to become the CEO of your own life, right? To make those decisions that you want to cut out those impulses that you don't, right? To stop looking at the chart and stop wanting to trade and stop wanting to try to make that extra whatever. Just, you don't need to do all that. Just do the little things every time. Figure out, maybe I need to eat at a different hour, and then maybe I need to cook my food instead of going out to get it every time because it's easy to go get it, right? But I take that time to cook it, and now my family can become healthy too, right? That individual health starts to drift into your small circle that you call family, and now they become more healthy. And now you're healthy and your family's healthy. And if you're focused on your family, health and family and freedom, well, now you have a healthy, circle of loved ones that you all are healthy, and now you all become free together, right? You all spend your time together doing the things that you guys want to do. And what does that do? It builds an environment, right? Which we're not PvP, right? We're not playing against each other. We're trying to create an environment to where we all win. So if we're living healthy and we're cutting out all the distractions and the people that we don't, that aren't putting that good, healthy, the health into our lives, that they're just being distractions. Just start cutting out all those distractions, all those meme coins, the other coins, the day trading. That's all distractions for your freedom, right? Because they just suck all your money out anyway, and then they suck all your time, and now your cortisol is lifted, and now your body can't function. So now you're just going down to this deep spiral, right? Now I'm going to get on some rant, but basically SPX is the only thing that brought me back into even being able to be here today. Like, being around people I don't give a crap to be around usually, okay? Because I'm over here, for too long I've been sitting there at every bar. I would go out to bars and do what Nick does very well, right? be given, we got 200 SPX. Oh, you take 200 more and 200 more. And like, you guys got, and then I realized like over time, they all either sold it or they just don't care. You never see that person again. So I realized like that it felt good to be trying to help, but my energy it doesn't really help, right? So my energy is being wasted by doing that. And so, you guys are worth it, right? I don't know you guys from Adam, and no one here knows me, and one of the guys that I do know made these coins, and he couldn't be here today. Probably, I don't know if he lost faith, but he's a younger Aeon. He needs to be around a little more and experience some crypto volatility. He's never experienced the crypto volatility, but he already made these coins right here, right? He already dollar cost averages. He's learning how to do it. That's in Charlotte. We're spreading in Charlotte live, right? I don't post as much, but these guys today have pretty much you and Sauce and Juice, right? I'm getting names. I'm horrible with names. And others have convinced me that it's time to maybe start dealing with people again, right? But this time it's not in a business manner, right? Now it's just in a growth, personal, like, one mission under Aeons. Well, yeah, man, I used to be Sergeant Slick. That was the whole thing, that a nickname that was given to me back in the Army. I was way back when I got out in 2014, but I was deployed in so in the Army, to get your stripe on your sleeve, that's a hard one to say. You got to be overseas for 6 months. I was there for 5 months and 30 days. And my last name Sergeant, spelled just like the rank. So I was a PFC, so they didn't want to call me Sergeant. That's just rude to the fucking sergeants. Right? So they're like, well, we're just gonna call you Slick. So, this is by a gunner that lost his whole team in Iraq, and like these guys that are just like badass guys that I'm looking up to. I'm like, Roger that, I'm Slick, right? And then I came back and got promoted or whatever to sergeant, and then I was sergeant, and they were like, nah, we can't do that. So Sergeant Slick, we're just going with that. But now that was again 12 years ago. I think I'm putting that whole military crap past everything and just moving on completely to this next Aeon section of my life, right? And so Aeon 2511, hey, it's unique because there is only one Aeon number 2511, and it is mine, and it's not for sale. Right here, take one of these, pass it on, and maybe a little token. You were here at South Carolina, right? That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah. One day you'll meet the guy. He's a dude from Iraq. His name's Ali. Yeah, I'll bring him to the next one.
Anybody else want to come up who hasn't spoken yet? Okay.
One quick thing.
Very quick.
I think it's easy to end with this. I was asked earlier how I explain Bitcoin to people of my generation. And after everybody, and I had, my answer was what it was. But after listening to everybody today, I think the slogan or the easiest way to explain SPX to anybody, life is better with SPX.
Anybody else want to share their story or talk about anything? Anything at all?
Let's have a beer.
No. We still have the documentary.
I want to give some motivational improv persists kind of quote or something like that. Something that will help us persist through like every goddamn tribulation you go through. You know what I mean? I want to fire you guys up before the before the open mic's over. Do this?
Yeah, do both. Oh, do it.
Both at once? Oh shit. Okay. So I just filled up a beer. I am going to do this against Unk. We're gonna see virtually who can do this faster. Fuck it, we ball. I'll do this before my little improv comedy skit. Whatever. It's actually gonna be motivation because Fugo, his story fired me up. And it gave me a lot of inspiration and motivation. I thought it was great. I want to leave you guys with two good quotes. Unk's definitely faster. Yeah, so as a frat boy in a further distant life, about circa 2 years ago before I found SPX. I actually found SPX going through meme coins and looking at like, it was like late 2024. I didn't even know who Murad was. And I was like, what are these stupid like shit coins? Like I went on Deck Screener and I knew how to buy them. And then eventually I hear the Trump coin gets launched. I go on Moonshot. I start buying like random, like funny, like coins. I was in the ETH cycle, like 2021. My friend told me to buy like ETH, Polkadot, like utility coins. Good thing I didn't buy XRP early and like hold that bag. You know, Bronze Army. Shout out Bronze Army. We're PvP and those guys. If you're an XRP and you're watching this, just beware of Metalit. But yeah, I was looking at all the crappy coins. I was definitely trading. I was in those discords. My algorithm is totally different now. It's all just Aeons. Like I just only see the emojis now. Like it's just no one else. But I was getting farmed by like those shitty KOLs really. And then found SPX like January 2025. And I found Murad on Twitter. And then ever since then, it's just been like that token 2024 Singapore video. A lot of us saw that. And that's really what got me into it. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that beer chug. And I want to leave two motivational, inspirational quotes for you. One of them is something David Goggins says, because Murad talks about those three archetypes. I like to think of myself as a warrior. So out of every 100 men that go into war, said, of every 100 men that go into war or go into battle, 10 shouldn't even effing be there. 80 do most of the fighting. No, 80. Fuck, wait, hold on. Yeah. 80 of them are, okay, out of every 100 men, God, sorry, that beer chug went straight to my head. All right, so out of every 100 men, 10 shouldn't even fucking be there. 80 of them are just targets. 9 do most of the fighting. But 1 is a warrior. You have to decide who you are. And Aeons are fucking warriors. And then something from a movie, you guys know the reference probably. Everyone's probably seen this movie. But this is about persisting. 2 mice fall into a vat of cream. 1 mouse realizes they're drowning and gives up and doesn't persist, basically, and dies. But the second mouse swims so goddamn hard, they churn that cream into butter and crawl their way out. So whatever happens in that market turmoil and all that bullshit FUD you see on Twitter, just mute and block, bro. Kill them with kindness. 600 over 500.
Cal. Hey, Cal, can you come up here? You got the most important video of all time to play. It is the most important video of our life. Maybe we could figure.
I think we should be good.
1 second.
This is the single most important video.
The most important video of our lives.
Oh, don't edit it. Yo. Can I do this?
Keep it full volume.
If you've been in SPX in 2025, you may have seen this man. Who is he? Well, we all know him as SPX man. How did he come to be? What is his origins? What is his purpose in SPX? There are a lot of rumors. There are a lot of theories. A lot of speculation. A lot of haters. A lot of fans. And I am here to clarify everything and tell you the entire story behind SPX man in this 2-hour video. I'll be discussing the truth behind SPX. In the area of 2025, around February, there was this one man posting on the Telegram chat. It was a sticker of Kirby vibing to a music. Nobody understood why he was obsessed with this thing. But one thing for sure, he loves Kirby. Everything he shared, every single message he shared was a sticker of Kirby. So I had this great idea. What if I make a Kirby meme? He would love it. So I decided to go and make an image of a Kirby, a realistic Kirby, and how I imagine Kirby would look like in real life. And this is how it looked. He absolutely hated it. But there was a lot of people who loved it. So I kept making videos. And a lot of people loved it. Especially this video of where someone is cooking Kirby and is seasoning Kirby. However, he did not like any of the video. He said, "Stop bullying Kirby. Stop bullying me." So, as a nice guy, I did not want to bully him. I did not want to make him angry or sad. So I decided, what if I made him non-Kirby? But I just wanted to keep him around. So I was thinking there, what's rap? And then what stumbled upon me when I was scrolling through X was the SPX one. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna put that face on the SPX phone, and I'm gonna make him look super depressed. And I'll also make sure his arms and legs are very short. And I'll try to make it as disturbing as possible. Well, yeah, that's the story. I don't know what you expected. I mean, that's it. That's literally it. If you want to make memes about SPX now, please do. And make sure to tag Crypto Guy. Let me check. Is it Crypto Guy? Let's see. Yeah, add Crypto Guy whenever you make an SPX map, meme or video. Thank you. And yeah, no, I expected it to be like 2 hours, but you know, I started to record my voice and I just realized there's nothing much to talk about. That's literally it. He has no purpose. Like, you know, it's just a meme to make, I mean, Crypto angry. Yeah, sorry.
Enjoy some nice warm bath and stay warm. Don't get sick before Christmas.
Thanks for everybody coming to the CarolinAeon Conference 2026. Thanks for everybody who watched on the live stream. And thanks for Damon and Cal for awesome presentations. Thanks to the videos, thanks to the panelists, and yeah, definitely thank you for everybody who attended. It wouldn't be possible without y'all. So thank you. All right, that's it. So we're going to show Lotus's video. Yeah, one more.